Yeah, we get to talk with Mommy some more. Hey, Chief. About the machine in the hangar. What about it? Pretty. What do you reckon it is? Where do you think it came from? Mars? Earth? It's a damn good question, dog. I've got absolutely no idea. I've never seen armor, weapons, or propulsion system like that. I've read speculative proposals about that kind of tech, but we're decades away from even the fundamentals of it. We might be in the peacetime, but all the big governments are doing everything they can to develop their weapon systems, ensure they're not caught out again. But if anyone had anything like this even in the testing stages a few years ago, the war would have been over a lot quicker, one way or the other. Even if this was Martian or Terran, it doesn't make any sense to test it in JCF's backyard. It's ours. If it's ours, then why would they send us in without letting us know? So there's nothing? No indication of where it came from or what it's for? I can tell you what it is, Lieutenant, that's for sure. That machine is nothing but a weapon. Beyond that? I might be able to figure out some answers to those questions. If I wasn't stuck here restarting these engines from scratch, which you're distracting me from, Lieutenant, so get out of here. Yes, Chief. Okay, sorry, Chief. Mommy, Chief, sorry. Sorry, Chief. Okay. Well, I've taken a look at everywhere I need to. I guess it's time to report to the captain. Unless there's something I'm forgetting to check out. I think we can go report to the captain. I assume we checked everything. Yes, Chef. I mean, Chief. Yeah. Well, I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now, so I should let the captain know I've finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside her familiar insignia-marked door. You're about to knock to announce yourself, but before you can, you instead move your hand to cover your mouth as you let out a loud yawn. You stop midway through your exhalation, interrupted by a twinge of pain in your neck as you'd raised your arm. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort that you're now feeling. It seems like the painkiller the doctor had given you is beginning to wear off. You sigh, which quickly turns into the previously interrupted yawn. The tiredness of what you'd been doing your best to ignore since you'd returned to the Gundog was now hitting you hard, and you were suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken on you. As you feel exhaustion spread through your body, you hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over the security detail whilst you get some rest. Being mindful to not aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Enter! You hear the captain announce from the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Dog. Have you finished your patrol? You shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. Yes, ma'am. And? You release the breath slowly. Conversations with the captain could be exhausting due to how little effort she seemed to put into them, and right now you felt the very real need to conserve your energy. Having visited fire control, the bridge and engine room, aside from existing issues with the long-range communication system, sensors, and NPEs, there's nothing new to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to be the result of our battle with that craft, I can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So everything's in order? You clench your jaw to stifle a yawn. As you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed in the annex, it serves as her bedroom. You find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least? Yes. Good to hear. You do your best to stifle another yawn, willing the captain to dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, you relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish the day and pass the torch to someone else. I want you to head to the sick bay and get an update on Ensign Crew's status. You tense up again, the prospect of immediate rest now pulled out from under you. Ensign Cruz, ma'am? Yes, Lieutenant. When I previously spoke to Dr. Rosarium, he does advise that the procedure should have been finished some time ago, and Ensign Cruz should be ready to resume duty shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Cruz on his new responsibilities, but I'm yet to hear anything from the doctor. So, Lieutenant, I need you to head to sickbay to find out what the delay is. Understood? You'd allow your weariness to creep over you, but it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you'd reported to the captain, your duties would be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it felt almost overwhelming. With a Herculean effort that you hide that you hide from the captain, you throw a swift salute to acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am, understood. Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant. Okay. You maintain your posture until you've left the captain's quarters, but as the doors close behind you, it's all you can do to not slump to the floor. This must be the last thing she has for me to do today. There's no way. You sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose. Oops. Taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. All right, let's go. To the sick bay. You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator and shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal of the wall and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movement. You stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sea. You're fucking making me tired, you son of a bitch! Away from drifting off to sleep until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You wearily open your eyes and push off the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your hand up to your eyes to shield them from the harsh glare you know will come from the sickbay's lighting. Oh, God! As your eyes adapt to the light, the first thing that catches your attention is a glitter-like shimmer from the floor at the far side of the room. Once your vision is adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights reflecting off fragments of broken glass that are scattered all over the floor. Doctor! Slumped over his desk is Dr. Rosarium. As you approach him, the dread is replaced with nausea. You see his one organic eye remains open, staring straight downwards, but devoid of life. Doctor, damn it! You quickly draw your electroshock weapon as you look over to the bed with Cassie on it. Cassie! Seeing her lying still, you move swiftly over to check that she's all right and feel a rush of relief as you see your chest rise and fall. Shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on broken glass behind you. You hold your breath, wait for a single second, and then swing around, bringing your gun to bear on where you heard the noise coming from. As you swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc before you can aim where the noise behind you had come from. All you have time to process is a fist flying towards you, striking you square in the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards. Within a second, you're unconscious. Son of a bitch. Yeah, we got to get some rest. Congratulations. Wake up, Lieutenant. The fuck is this? I said, wake up, Lieutenant. Asleep on the job. You and your girlfriend are too much alike. Oh, it's you. Lord, what's... Finally, I was beginning to think that you decided to copy your Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Cassie, is she... Ugh! In the same moment that you sit up quickly, a lance of pain strikes you in the base of your skull and you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden movements if I were you. We found you knocked out flat on the floor of the sick bay. Looking at the way you fell must have taken a serious blow. A shame. It's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. Moving more slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so that you're sitting on the edge of your bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of it where you'd hit the floor. Dr. Rosarium, he's... dead. You must not have a good look at him. Must not have had a good look at him, but someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant. Lord, that's enough. Jesus. What about Commander Quinn? Is she... What? What, you want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning your investigation? Shouldn't you be asking me if there's any information that might help you find the... You turn to look at Vanessa straight in the eyes, your face a stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how the Commander Quinn is doing, Lord. Doing. Lord. Not Lord. She's not Lord. She's unscathed, Lieutenant, as always. She somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. We've moved her to the quarters for the time being, to keep her secure. Good, okay. You rest your elbows on your knees and place your head on your hands, massaging your temples in an attempt to reduce the pain that had traveled up your neck into your forehead. I fucking hate this bitch. I mean, you're supposed to hate this bitch, but she sucks, man. Ugh. Yes, please, please tell me how she is doing, my lord. Please, my lord. What happened? I went to the sickbay and saw Dr. Rosarium at his desk, went over to Commander Quinn, and then... You remember spinning around to aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you, but hadn't managed to get a good look at them before they knocked you out. I got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, lucky for you, Ensign Cruz was in the surgery wing waking up after his procedure. He saw the silhouette of your fight through the glass and hit an emergency alarm, although whoever it was managed to escape before Cruz could make his way out of the surgery wing or anyone else could get there. That makes it twice that he saved you this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead. I hate you so much, Vanessa. You roll your eyes at the thought whilst cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank for your survival is becoming an unfortunately common occurrence. So what's the current situation then? Do we know... As you go to stand up, the same pain from earlier returns and you sit back down, wincing and rubbing your neck. Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no. We don't know anything. With our head of security taking a nap and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have the chance to investigate. But don't you worry, Lieutenant Dog. We've got Ensign Cruz and Rumney to take care of security operations until you recover. What's up, Toes? How you doing today? How dare you take a nap, Billy? Yeah, how dare I get knocked unconscious and take a nap? How's your day going, Hero? The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted within the room if someone else wants to enter. So the captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. If Captain Bartomuse doesn't want me back on duty immediately, why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can't I stop by to check on your recovery? Fuck you, Vanessa! I fucking hate your guts! Go check yourself before you wreck yourself. You rancid bitch! You shoot Vanessa a stern expression, raising your eyebrow but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system. Our doctor is dead. Our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action for the foreseeable future. We've got a hostile craft sat in our hangar. And with all this going on, our captain's guidance is just to lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, you think she'd go with a bit more of a provocative approach, wouldn't you say? Proactive approach, not provocative. Lord, what are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. I just wanted to make sure you were up to speed on current events in case you needed to make any decisions, that's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws a small packet of painkillers at you. I don't understand all the Vanessa hate. She's obviously the superior officer. Ah! You catch it and turn it over in your hands. You notice the box is slightly crumpled and put a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged between the box's tabs. And pull a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged between the box's tabs. Okay. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant, soon. You look up from the packet just as Vanessa turns to leave the room. Without saying anything else, she exits your room and steps into the corridor beyond, the door hissing shut behind her soon after. Once Vanessa's gone, you take the opportunity to look over the packet again before placing it down next to your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Ugh. Despite how gingerly you'd risen to your feet, the pain in your neck has still reappeared before you were even upright. With a sigh of defeat, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract 2 tablets from their packaging, quickly tossing them into your mouth and swallowing. No water? What are you, fucking crazy? You slowly lie back down in the bunk, resting your head on your pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa had told you. Dr. Rosarium was dead, but Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor, although now that you think about it, the disarray of the sickbay was very similar to what you saw in the O'Brien. Was what happened there happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? I think, if I remember correctly from last time, Vanessa was, like, kind of wanting to overthrow the captain because of her, like, inability to do her fucking job. I think. Was that happening? I feel like that was happening. Yeah, okay. Your mind slows as the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness and back into the exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. The last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is that as soon as you were awake, you knew the first thing you'd be doing was visiting Cassandra. Okay. Good lord. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to keep on top of these sinuses. I'm feeling better today than I did yesterday. So that's good, at least. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Dog awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Dog's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Just a reminder, I named our character Gundog. So we're Lieutenant Gundog, and we're on the ship, the Gundog. Just so nobody gets confused. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension from your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seems that some of the bed rest was all that you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you've gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform that left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing had happened at all. Do they call you the gun dog because you're always finger gunning? Yeah. Yeah, in the game, Gundog. Yeah, Stories from Saul, the Gundog. We are named Gundog, and we are serving aboard the Gundog. This is what the game gets for allowing me to choose my own name. Although despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts and you'd not received any orders via your terminal, a sign you'd hoped that everything was going well. It's a doggone good game, that's for sure. Are we a dog too? Could be a dog. It's like Chainsaw Man, yeah. Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into what had murdered Dr. Rosarium and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. Stepping into the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to the four-side thoroughfare before an announcement starts over the loudspeakers. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa, despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speakers indicating that Vanessa has stopped broadcasting. An emergency briefing? You quickly make your way through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you are outside the elevator. You run your keycard through the reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. I think the captains might be overthrown here, possibly. Soon enough, the door opens and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot whilst you were resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? After a short wait, the doors slide open and you step out onto the bridge. Where you'd expect to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa, sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. Lieutenant Dog, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait there until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. Hey, take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. God. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. Yep. You're confident enough that unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came on board, this isn't a pen. Cheer. You better listen to what Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge and don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulders. Cruz should know. He's speaking from experience. So he's the bottom, that's what we just learned. You glance down to see that protruding out from underneath the jacket they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electro shotgun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you... She told you to wait, sir. You'd gone to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back where you'd stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you and we'll both have a good time. Okay. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down to the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the doors open, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement, and, That's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? Oh, yes, ma'am, will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with silent fury. All you get as a response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remained silent. Thanks for the 40-watch streak, Taco. It's good that you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I had heard about what happened to you in the sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through. Sir? You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirp as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? Great atmosphere in here, huh? I can't remember if I was doing that voice or was I doing the Simon voice? I think I was doing the Shambles voice. Great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks up to you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. This fucking ship, man. What a fucking anime ship this is. Doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence with no other either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone remains relatively still. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, what are you... Wait for the captain. You wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. You can see the chief mull over this response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by the now familiar chirp of the access request. Here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all hands... And what are you doing in the captain's seat? Oh my god. Fire teaches all streamers to remember that ats for streaming, yeah. It's a very effective teacher. No doubt. The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Just like the chief, Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick to the captain, from the captain to Vanessa. Well, it's my seat after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Careful, Bartermuse. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hance's arm had reached out, Viper quick, and he grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cruz, you release me immediately! Cruz, you idiot, you... Hey. How about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun they've been hiding under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand on the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking her arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you while pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Dog, detain these three immediately! You move your hands toward your holstered electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. Follow the captain's orders! Whatever. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out of your holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns at you. Like, I'm not saying that the captain is, like, fit for duty, but, like, this is not the fucking... This isn't it. Like, this isn't, like... Oh, like, we're all super dead unless we do something and stop the captain. This is, like, just a power move from Vanessa. Yeah, our girlfriend isn't here. Also, the doctor is dead, supposedly. But, like, we have... I mean, I guess he's probably dead. Admirable, Lieutenant, but you're not that stupid, are you? I am that stupid. You don't know how stupid I am? Stupid is as stupid does. I'm gonna shock your fucking brains. Don't worry, I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now. You glance from Vanessa to Hansen to Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he'd have no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's order. So does Vanessa have some kind of control over them? Because, like, we were kind of getting cool with this guy. Right? Or did something else... Because, like, he was, like, helping pilot... Or he was piloting the ship that we were in. Right? That we got back. So it seemed like we were kind of... Not buddies, but, like... More friendly? We had one good day. Yeah, I mean, that's, like, pretty impressive, given, like, how every day before that was complete and utter shit. And he was arguing with Vanessa a lot before. Yeah, like, something definitely feels up. Why are we at gunpoint with our girlfriend? Because fucking... What's-her-face is taking over the ship. Vanessa's taking over the ship. What's up, Galaxy? How you doing today? Although Haru's expression is hard to read... Okay, you just read that. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on the weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. I won't stand for this. All of you are... crews. Yes, ma'am. With the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist, and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Crewers! Slow down, Lieutenant. The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. Cruz, that's enough! Damn it, Cruz, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Cruz. I'm sure she's willing to listen now, unless anyone else has any other objections. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks to the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as a 1700 Jovian Standard of the April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9, on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I'm forced to make the assessment based on my own discretion. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 16, Article 12, I'm limiting the previous captain and the lieutenant commander to their quarters on the suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon. But before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm going to tell you stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru and a smug Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at the Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. If you'd care to let me explain, we're currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. Lieutenant Lord! The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over the stomach. You stop this now, or... With a slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who is still unsteady on her feet, reeling. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both Maris Bartomuse and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when the clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft clearly made by our enemies manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartomuse and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could this craft have gotten on board without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane! How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, since you were the one that brought the Gundog back online and were with Ensign Cruz during the attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eye on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you're nothing to do with this? That you've nothing to do with this, you mean? After all, Ensign Cruz didn't see anything else in the sickbay after the doctor's murder except for you and Quinn. How could I have... Ugh. Very suspicious. I fucking hate this bitch. Can we kill this bitch? Still, for now, it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I'm announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Maris Bartomuse, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew who shift nervously. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew with each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea, but at the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking a medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... This sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth and breathe in. It's a no, dude! Fuck off! There's no way I'd join you in your scheme. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way the JCF would take your side on this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. But I suppose this is no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Cruz? Nothing personal, dog. Orders are orders. So is it... As long as we don't get killed here, this is probably, at least in my mind, would make a better opportunity for us to try to figure shit out. Because we're the security officer, even though we're kind of like a shitty one. It's not like they have the personnel to, like, fucking keep tabs on us all the time. Shifting his weapons focus from the Chief and Dalton to you, Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who is again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Make life easy for us both, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Kathis, Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in the enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Great. What's that, Chief Engineer Kathis? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 crew members quickly depart from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, 2 pilots, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartomuse. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun in the back of the waistband, Haru walks over to the captain and lackadaisically delivers a kick into the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl into a fetal position. Come on, Bartomuse, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds on to her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forward. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of their shades as the doors slide closed. You made a bad choice, dog. You're the man now, dog. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors in the other open, and you feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it's thrust into your back. Stop thrusting into my back, Hansen. Stop it. Keeping his gun firmly pressed into the small of your back, Hansen leans around to your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket of its jacket before gripping his gun with both hands and returning its muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Take him away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Hansen shoves his gun harder into your back and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge and into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hansen's keeping his gun trained on you, and behind him you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I'd had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you'd hoped for, her, the doors slide closed and you're left in silence with Hansen. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. Once outside, Hansen gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instruction to take out your key card, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the door frame, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hansen looks at you wordlessly. He remains silent for a few short seconds, with a ruminative expression on his face until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you've regained your composure, he straightens up and angles the gun toward you. You know, dog, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Hansen smirks. Stuff you've done. You're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back in Kaliki anymore. Huh. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, dog. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. Now you, Bartomuse, and your girlfriend are all going to get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's going to believe her. You, Lord Rumney, you're all going to get court-martialed for mutiny. I don't know about that, dog. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. She just said a bunch of shit! Just said a bunch of shit. That's it. She didn't fucking prove anything. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You're going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're going to have a dull trip back to Europa. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand on the way of the door to prevent it from closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots once again and levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Billy, she said a bunch of shit and pushed her glasses up her nose. That's hella convincing. Yeah, okay. You're right. You know what? You're right. That's as good as evidence in the anime, I suppose. Hansen, you prick! You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit on your own bunk, your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another and your mind becomes a rolling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and the occasional kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS Gundog on the grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord is Maris Bartimeus and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer, Lieutenant Dog, is also confined to his quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Dog's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. You wince and draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch to remove the panel, all you've managed to do is snag your nail on the edge and tear it. We are... Okay. I didn't really realize how incapable our character is, but I guess we're pretty incapable. Okay, bro. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is the screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times that you tried it. Access denied. Insufficient authority. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. You thought Gundog of the Gundog was capable? We've removed panels successfully before. Come on, let's get into some fucking Jeffries tubes. Get crawling around. Nothing bad had been missed. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you would remain imprisoned. You hadn't noticed when you'd woken up earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters whilst you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors and metal bookmark had been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panels. Don't we have something on us? Oops. Sitting down in the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she'd been planning this and how much she'd accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You'd gone through every trick you've learned in your time as a security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you'd seen it been nearly 6 hours since you'd been imprisoned. You felt the rumble of the Gundog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It'd only be a matter of days until you arrived back at Europa Colony. Waiting for you there, if Vanessa was successful, was a trial for treachery. You put your head in your hands at the thought there was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge. Execution. I can't wait. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something you could do. If only there was something! I always wish I could have a few moments longer in bed each morning. Guess that wish has come true. It's been locked the last 10 times I've checked it, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. I haven't got access to anything, not even my mail or a calendar. It's not like it makes a difference. I've never been much good with computers anyway. Okay. At least I've got enough clean uniforms to last me until we get back to Europa Colony. Gotta look good for my trial. Okay. Cassandra's key card. It'll allow me access to things that my card doesn't have clearance for. What? Why the fuck do we still have this? They didn't take this, but they took my card? You spend a few moments examining the control pad next to the door, tapping this casing, pressing buttons and investigating the wiring that runs out from underneath it before setting your course of action. Hey! Hey, Rumney, are you gonna let me out or what? Hey, Rumney, can you hear me? Let me out! Shut up, dog! Yeah, that went as well as expected. So we have... This isn't a point-and-click game where, like, you click on one thing and then click on another thing. It isn't how it works. Let me give this one more go. You clamber up onto your bed and once again run your fingertips around the edge of the panel. trying to find any give or sign of a catch that you can use to remove the panel. Unlike the cover for the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly designed to not be removed using bare hands. If only we had a key card we could use to pry into the thing or something. Without a tool, there's no way I'm getting this panel off. Great. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly on the door. Step back from the door, dog! What do you want, Rumney? Just shut up and do it. With a sigh, you move back to the far side of your quarters. You moved? Yeah. No, you just stay there, dog. You roll your eyes. What did they think you were gonna do? You're lucky the captain's so generous. You get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. There's her boy. He's gonna be a hammer in her omelet. Or no, just like we made omelet you cook yesterday, we put screwdrivers in it. We can put a screwdriver in there. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa. Let's chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Rumney, whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray to the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out of the room with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Looking down at the tray, you see it's a fairly standard meal. Burger, fries, and soda from one of the vending machines. So we get a can? You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you, as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. Now stay where you are. With her free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. With a second, the door slides shut and you hear the click of its lock. You sigh to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. You take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down in the chair, balancing your food and the keyboard in order to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. You've been starting to worry that you'd be left locked in your quarters the entire journey back to Europa Colony with no one bothering to check on you. I'm gonna be so pissed if our character takes a bite of the food without looking at it first. After picking at it a few times, after picking at a few fries, you raise the burger to your mouth and bite down. You fucking idiot! Ah, what the hell? You place the burger back in the tray and run your tongue over your teeth. You'd bitten down on something hard. Hey, bit down on something hard. Oh. Next, do you think we're gonna, like, call Haru out in the hallway? Excuse me. There appears to be some piece of metal in my burger. I'd like a replacement, please. I don't like the metal in my burger, please. I did click use, not look. Yeah, I'm sure that would have made the difference. Maybe you're right, Fokker. Pulling back to the top of the bun to investigate, you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. Ha! Dylan, yes! Out loud yelling. Ah, yes, Dylan! Oh, yeah, great! Thanks for putting this... Resting between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver, just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Grabbing it with a napkin, you inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps in the panels that make up the ship's ceilings, walls, and floors, but it's also got the right size head to unscrew any fixtures you may have come across. Thank you for giving me a way to escape, Dylan! Oh, this is perfect! You whisper to yourself. Oh, okay. We're whispering. It's okay. We're whispering. Whisper. Shh. Whisper. We're whispering. Whispering. Secret. What's up, Neon Tiger? How you doing today? It's a special meal. Perfect. You got a screwdriver. Fucking, I thought you said it was a low-profile screwdriver. Just enough to fit in the burger? What did you, like, hand cut out like a screwdriver shape? Because it's got a handle on it. Like a big fucking round handle? It's like a book that you hollowed out to, like, fit a gun or something. It was masqueraded as the tomato. Yeah. It's a brioche bun. Plenty of room to make a cavity. Yeah, you're right. Hollowed up burger bun. Oldest trick in the book. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Oh man, I'm so hungry I could eat a screwdriver. Well, I guess we need the calories. Okay, first things first, I guess. You place a screwdriver in your pocket and pick the burger back up, quickly devouring both it and the fries. Alright, now it's time. Alright, let's see. You clamber up onto the bed and run your fingers over the seam between the panel and the rest of the wall. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. You slowly run it along the parting... slowly run it along this parting for a few inches until you feel it catch on something. Following some careful movements, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. You repeat this action a few more times along the different parts of the panel. Eventually, the final latch is undone and the whole thing falls toward you. Nice, let's go! You carefully lower the panel off your bed and place it on the floor, so as to not alert Haru before returning to investigate what you revealed. Damn it! You cuss under your breath. Where you'd hoped to see a large space that you could crawl into, you were instead met with a solid steel structural wall with only a few inches of space between it and where the panel had been affixed. You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fists against the wall in frustration. You'd been so close. If only there were other places in the room that we could look. If only. If only there was some kind of a panel that was right next to the door. Or the fact that there's panels in the ceiling. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into the newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere anyway. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. It looks like you'd have to find another way out of here. Yeah, we're not going to replace that panel, by the way. Don't worry about it. You pace around your corridors, stopping every now and again to run your fingers over anything that looks like it might be a seam that could grant you access to the ship's internal structure. Unlike the panels you'd used elsewhere in the ship, every part of your corridor seems to be perfectly sealed. The panel in your bunk had been your best bet, and it let you... Your bunk had been the best bet, and it led you nowhere. What's up, Eden, by the way? How could this small screwdriver fit inside a burger bun? Also, Billy, this pita bread can fit 3 coconuts in a can inside. No. No. The omelet can hold 3 coconuts in a tin can. Omelets are built different, okay? It's different. Do we have more than 8 in any stat? I don't think so. Take it easy. There's a reason our name is Gun Dog, not Screwdriver Dog. Oh, yeah. You know what? You're right. Oh, Kuro and I are continuing our Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, by the way. So spoilers for, like, probably late Act 2 of Baldur's Gate 3. For anybody that's concerned about that. But, like, Kuro has been having a real rough go of it at this, like, Kendrick, the place leading up to the Kendrick Thorne fight. I was having a much less difficult time. I was definitely getting like a lot luckier on my rolls and stuff like that, and just in combat in general. And then when it came to the actual fight with it, like the penultimate, like not the first fight with him on top of the roof, but like the fight after that, when you fight down in the bowels of the whatever castle or whatever the fuck, the tower. Like, because I'm playing a paladin character on my file. We're just playing like, we're not playing on the same game, but we're playing like, you know, side by side, you know. I was a paladin, or I am a paladin, so like I had offered him salvation or whatever. Like I told him like it would be possible for him to like go back and like be with his wife in the afterlife, kind of a thing. And he was like, he was kind of coming around to it, but then once what's her name showed up, then he like completely turned an about face and like was ready for combat or whatever. What's up, Howley? How you doing today? I'm in a little bit of spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3 because me and my husband are playing through it. So I just wanted to make sure I don't spoil anything for you. Act 2, late Act 2 spoilers. So he goes down, and then I like clear out. I missed some stuff to clear out, like some of the pods and stuff like that. So I got to go back down there if I can. But anyway, when it comes to the actual fight itself, because I had previously offered him to that like he could be like forgiven or whatever for all the crimes that he's done, I had the option to do that again. And so I offered it to him, and he's like, could it really be possible? And then he just like fucking falls back and kills himself into the pit. And then the fight with the big monster starts right after that. So like I didn't even have to fight his first phase at all. Completely fucking skipped it. Yeah, I skipped right to his final form. So it was really funny because and then Kuro had like a really awful time with his phase 1. Like all the guys up to the left side like were fucking being really annoying, but I like one-shot those guys with a fireball, and he was having just a rough go of it, and I got like really fucking lucky. And then when it came to the fight, my paladin has like 22 AC. He's a complete fucking tank, and now he's up after the fight's over. Now I got 23 AC. Anyway, whatever. So like he just jumps up there, tanks the boss the whole time while like we pick off all the other guys with everybody else. And then we just completely fucking crush him in like a handful of turns. I got a potion on him to make him have to roll one lower for any crit that he does, and every time the paladin crits, he gets like a bonus like smite action too. And so I just completely crushed him. It was pretty fun. That was a pretty cool fight and cutscene and stuff. The initial fight can be stupid if you walk in unprepared, yeah. Well, like, Kuro was a little, like, you get like, the full heal, like, right before going into there, so it's not too bad. But Kuro also got really unlucky, like, in the room before that, where you fight, like, the bunch of undead or whatever. Like, they walked in, and he didn't, like, realize that like there was enemies there, and like combat starts, and like the first thing that happens is a fireball that hits 4 people, and there's like Will is like standing next to explosive barrels, and he gets hit with all of them and just fucking takes 80 damage in one turn. And like everybody else gets hit with a fireball too. But yeah, so this is still our first playthrough. We're still just really slowly going through it. The thing is like, much like the way that I play games on stream, I'm super not a completionist. I don't, like, investigate every corner, and I frequently miss stuff because of that, but, like, I don't know. It's just the way that I play. I don't know what to tell you. But Kuro is, like, not like that at all. He is very meticulous in his, like, investigation of stuff. He, like, tries out everything and, like, investigates everything, leaves no stone unturned, essentially. This is why we're not playing on the same file together. This is why. Like, because I would just go, I would go kind of crazy. But it also means that occasionally I can get, like, really far ahead of him, and then I have to be like, oh shit, like, I'm getting too far ahead, and then I have to, like, go back and, like, look at stuff that I probably missed, and stuff like that. But anyway, I don't know, it was just a fun fight, and it was interesting to see the difference in the way that a lot of our events go completely differently, because he's playing like a ranger, but I'm very happy with all the really interesting, unique interactions that I get as a paladin. I get all kinds of cool dialogue options, and I've been able to completely avoid quite a few fights just due to, like, nice charisma rolls and convincing people of one thing or the other. Like, there was another big fight that I just completely my oath is, like, justice and truth or something. Like, I think it's, like, justice and good or something like that. I think it's justice. Maybe. Do you think your oath might break at some point? I have accidentally broken my oath and then reloaded a couple of times because I didn't, like, understand. It's one of the things where, like, I just interpret the way that the dialogue is written incorrectly, and it's like, well, that's not what I wanted, and I fucking reload it. It always breaks unless you know how to not break it, because it's definitely not intuitive. Yeah. There was another big fight that Kuro had to do. Didn't read the fine print on your oath. Yeah. What's up, Orum? How you doing today? There was another fight that I completely avoided that Kuro didn't. What fucking fight was that? Like most paladins in D&D games, they suffer from inconsistent writing. Yeah, I try to do my best. Like, but it's like frequently just like when you're playing a paladin in a game with other people, you can't just, like, be suicidally, ignorantly good all the time, because that just doesn't make any sense. It's not realistic. Like, you maybe at the beginning of a file you can do that, but then, like, once you, like, understand more of the way the world works, then, you know, you just do what you can. Really. I know that, like, the Necromancer guy, the Barter Muse, or not Barter Muse, that's in this game, whatever that guy, I killed that guy fucking immediately. And then Kuro didn't kill him. He, like, was kind of stringing him along for a while, and then had to fight him later. Can't remember which Infinity Engine game, Baldur's Gate, IWD, etc., that you refused almost all quest rewards as a paladin. Oh, sure. I try to refuse quest rewards in Baldur's Gate 3 a good bit of the time, but it doesn't really, like, kind of let you. Sometimes it does, a lot of times it doesn't. Are you planning on having a second specialization to your primary class, Billy? Probably not. I'm digging the Paladin quite a bit. He's just so tanky with the way that I have him built. And now that I have Sentinel on him, I think it's Sentinel, where it's like, if somebody tries to get out of his zone of control, like, he gets to hit them, and if he successfully hits, then they don't get to walk away from me. I fucking love that ability, because the thing with me is I'm so used to, like, tactical kind of games where, like Battle Brothers, for example, where, like, if you allow an enemy to get an attack of opportunity on you, like, you very well could just die immediately, or it's, like, super punishing. But in D&D, that's, like, not a big fucking deal at all. Like, you go in and out of, like, they get attack of opportunity on you, but, like, unless they're way higher level than you, like, you can just take that hit. It's not that big of a deal. But I fucking hate that, because it doesn't give me, like, control over the battlefield, which I desperately want in my strategy stuff. But there is a built-in taunt for Paladin. Well, it's not just Paladin, but, like, the duel ability or whatever. At least it tries to get them to aggro on you, and it gives them disadvantage against anybody else if you succeed with that ability. But yeah. Anyway. So yeah, we kind of... I went to visit Dolphin back in like July, was it, or whatever? And like Kuro and I hadn't continued our playthrough since then. But then we just started. Now it's like we kind of have it scheduled where we're like every Wednesday we're playing for sure, and then on other days where we can fit it in, we're playing. I really schedules work for me very well. I need structure in my life. I need to have things planned out ahead of time, and then when things change, like I don't like it. I'm like a cat. I need to have things be the same all the time. And then when they're not, I get anxious. I don't always get that, but there's a feat called Sentinel that causes your opportunity attacks to immobilize people. Real good with pole arms. Sure. Yeah, I do have Sentinel on my Paladin. I'm not using a pole arm, but yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Sentinel gives you something that like I just would otherwise never get in D&D. I would like to do a character on a run in the future for Baldur's Gate. Maybe. I mean, it's tough because, like, the game is so long. Like, I don't know when the fuck I'm ever going to play through it again. But anyway, I could see myself doing a more kind of opportunistic type character that is not like an evil character, but just one that's maybe a little bit more along the lines of Astarion's alignment, where it's like... maybe lawful neutral, or like just something a bit more neutral, something where I'm being more willing to make sacrifices in order to advance and protect myself above, like, you know, just somebody who would like consider themselves the higher value person than other people, so that they would... Somebody who would just, like, fucking consume all of the tadpoles and shit like that, which I haven't done any of that in this file that I'm on. Sentinel and Polearm Mastery is a common combo because it also lets you get opportunity attack when people close in on you, but if you want to pump AC, it costs you a shield, and that's Sag. Yeah, I really like running the shield. I am liking that a lot. So like I said, now I'm up to 23 AC on my Paladin, and it's just like fucking nothing touches me. Nothing at all. Even that big boss fight that we were doing, it was like the guy didn't even hit me one fucking time. And then, of course, anytime something does hit me, then, like, the shield, you get to, like, knock them on their ass, too. So that's good. Anyway, sorry to ramble about Baldur's Gate for like 10 minutes. But since we've been starting to play it again, it's been on my mind. For me, like the... I don't know, like, I'm not done with the game yet, obviously, but, like, very much for me when I started playing Baldur's Gate, I know that, like, there were all kinds of memes, and just everybody was posting about it while they were playing it, which is well before I started playing it. And everybody's, like, posting about, like, their favorite characters, or who they're, like, you know, the character that they're, like, attracted to the most, and they're, like, you know, posting about that. And I'm just, like, at the first several hours into the game, I'm just like, oh... yeah, like, these people are okay. Yeah, who they're standing, yeah. I'm like, these people are okay. Like, I guess they're attractive, but, like, I don't really care much for their personality or whatever. And then it was like, yeah, maybe there's just not going to be anybody that I really like a whole lot. And then I'm like, hi, Karlach. Hi, like, pretty. Karlach's the best muscle mommy. Yeah, yeah. The answer is Lae'zel, but okay. I have bad news about Lae'zel in my file. Is she dead? Yeah, I killed Lae'zel in my file. There was a point in the Githyanki area in which... when I played with Howley, he got Gale killed. Oh my god. Oh. Howley, how could you? Current playthrough, I romanced Minthara, which was a pain in the ass. I don't know who Minthara is. Have I not met that character yet? I don't know. Holly, you made the right decision. Gale sucks. Oh, come on. Gale's not that bad. He's just... He's a atypical cookie-cutter wizard. Gale's a little free-spirited for the problems he has. Well, he just wants to advance his knowledge. Minthara is the hard-to-get companion. Most people kill her without realizing that you can recruit her. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know that I did. Yeah, I must not have. With you going after Karlach, that means you won't get the hot bear on human sex with Halsin? Oh, yeah, you're right. You pretty much only get Minthara if you metagame or are a bad person. But yeah, Karlach, or not Karlach, Lae'zel, there was some story point where she was like, you can't do that. If you do that, I am going to kill you. Or like, I will attack you. And I'm like, I have to do it. Like, it's, I would do this. I believe my character would do this, so I did it, and then she attacked me, and I tried knocking her out, but it didn't matter. And so she just died. And so I was like, okay, well, I felt like part of me wanted to just reload and then just, like, not do that, but I stuck to my guns on that one. Billy killed my wife, I'm sorry. You're now gonna have to restart from the beginning. Damn. You did it wrong. I did. Kuro doesn't run Gale in his main party. He runs Will in place for, like, a caster. So he's, like, spamming a whole bunch of, whatever that spell that warlocks fucking do a whole bunch. But I like Gale's utility. Eldritch Blast, yeah. I like Fireballs too much. I'm also playing a wizard in my 2nd edition campaign that I'm in. So... Lae'zel has my favorite character arc, but she has a rough start in most people's playthroughs. Yeah, fair. Gale's hand makes a very nice keychain in my playthrough. Jesus Christ. I just respec Astarion into a caster because I can't stand Will and wanted a 2nd caster. Gotcha. Astarion, I mean, he's such a fucking good rogue. Like, his lockpicking shit is just unparalleled. I plan to do a Bard, Paladin, Monk, and Warlock for my, my Honor Mode playthrough. Oh, cool. Honor Mode's like the super high difficulty mode, right? It's the one where, like, bosses get special abilities and shit. Astarion makes a thematically good sorcerer. In my second run, I used him that way. It's basically Tactician with no reloading. You're stuck with one save. Sure. I made Astarion Barbarian Thief. That's an Ascended Vampire. Nice. Yeah, respecking characters isn't something that I really had much interest in on this playthrough, but perhaps in the future, who knows.
Astarion's a vampire? Fucking spoilers. What are you talking about? Oh my god. I didn't know.
Played a bard who basically always adventured with Shadowheart, Karlach, Lae'zel for obvious reasons. Okay, the panel by your bunk had been your best bet that had led you nowhere. It's a pimp bard run, yeah. You can continue to pace around the room. You continue to pace around the room, finding the same path and again, trying everywhere multiple times with the hope that you'd miss something. Eventually, your left stood in the middle of the room, almost vibrating with irritation. Come on, there's got to be something. Your leg twitches with the nervous energy, continuously bringing the metal heel of your boot down on the floor. Hang on. You bring your foot down to the floor a few more times. You know what's irritating to me about this particular dialogue is, like, I literally clicked on this fucking panel, but my character is like... Like, oh, I wonder where the panel is. If only there was a panel we could interact with. Good, golly gosh. Very well illustrated, yeah. Your character's not exactly smart. Yeah, I know. I feel like the story in this game is not very smart. Anyway, the hollow sound ringing each time the metal heel of your footwear meets the floor. His name is literally Gundog. Yeah, maybe I should have named him something else. This sounds like something worth investigating. You inspect the floor panel below, finding where it meets another panel, and kneeling down, you run your hands over where there's a visible gap between the two. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap, the seams between the four floor panels. You slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch on something. Using your knowledge of how the catches work from the wall panel, you're easily able to undo each one you run into, the panel noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a third drop down in a small tunnel that disappears into the darkness in both directions. Good, we weren't making much noise while removing the panel, just while we were stomping our fucking feet. Now we're Jeffrey's tubing. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you've revealed. Oh, sorry. Stand above the entrance that you've just revealed. You look around your quarters one more time. Let's see, is there anything else I need to do in here, or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. Leave. What the fuck are you talking about? You gaze into the darkness that lies ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare for your escape, you return the panel that you'd removed from the wall to its original position, making sure that all the catches are reconnected to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panels, sliding it into a position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into the space underneath the floor, kneel down, and slowly drag the panel over the opening above you. What's up, Donnie Z? How you doing today? It takes you a few attempts to get it in the correct position, but eventually you have it all. You have it and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that it had secured it in place. Now in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees and reach out with your one hand, groping at the darkness. Darkness is like, ooh. Sorry, darkness. You've got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forward. Every now and again, you hit a corner, a drop or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems on your own awkward shuffling and unable to make out anything except for a dry, musty scent that had replaced the sterile smell that permeates the gun dog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the insides of the crawlways have faded into view. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship. Fuck, there's so much dialogue, bro. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship up ahead. You speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. Man, God, reading is hard. You turn a corner and are met with a shaft of light that is broken up by the slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Finally, good Lord. The ship isn't very big, right? It's got a crew of like 10. It is a pretty big ship, but yes, it only has a crew of like 10. As you continue toward the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided with new routes branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might lead. No indication of where they might lead. You mean aside from the labels on the tubes? A dull rumble, a familiar aroma, complete silence, the sound of machinery. Dull rumble. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways, you lay your hand on the wall and notice a slight but consistent vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse of a more powerful, regular vibration. There's only one thing on this ship that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where the crawlway leads. Confident that you knew where this path would lead, you resume your journey through the ship's crawlways, steadily heading away from the light and towards more darkness. With a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped in blackness and the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them in the walls or floor of the crawlway. But as you continue, you start to sense them passing through to you. Eventually, they turn from physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with the rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, leaving you wondering how the engines haven't shaken this ship apart yet. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of light fall around you from the grating above, all the more visible due to the cloud of dust that you've kicked up in your travels. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're near the entrance of the engineering department. Chief Mommy, we're coming! Help us! Help us, Chief! You tentatively test the grating above you by pushing against it with your forearm and find that it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screws, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps that you had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a loud clang. You quickly release the grating and, with no time to swivel onto your front to crawl away, start shuffling back towards the dark crawlways. Before you can get out, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clanking against the steel grille of the flooring above. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant Dog. With a terrifyingly effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. She's so strong. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? Chief, Hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and you being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Oh no! The chief's taking us away! Oh, what are we gonna do? Chief, hey, give me a second to explain, Chief! Chief, come on! Stopping only to swipe her keycard through a terminal next to a door, the chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches you into a newly unlocked area. Only once she's put some distance between her and the entrance does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. All right, Lieutenant, we can talk now. Damn it, Chief, I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. Didn't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Impressed you've managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the corridors would... As the chief's attention is pulled away from you, the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that she's... Given that she's not raised the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters or handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it to... Aha! So that's what Dees wanted it for. He told me he needed it to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me and I could install some extra long-life military issue ones. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him, though, so I just handed it over in the end. Thought it was strange. No way would he pass up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Chief, listen! Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not going to throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your big plan? Gonna try and raid the armory? Take the ship back by force? Or try sabotaging it? Buy yourself some time? Because you listen to me, Lieutenant. I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with Lord, I'll... Chief! I'm not gonna mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and that's to keep this ship running. No matter who's at the helm, and if you get between me and the smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so, Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartholomew and Quinn are locked up, Lord's taking control of the ship, and the crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you've made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who'd hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure it, everyone's going to be going along with Lord because they've got more to lose than gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations, they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartholomew and Commander Quinn were out of action when the gun dog went offline, and Quinn is the immediate suspect of the doctor's murder. But I know there's no way Quinn could have done it. There's no way she'd have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose. Not with how I saw her. If we can disprove those accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew it'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're going to need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you thought the broad strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had the time to consider the specifics. You've been too focused on navigating your way around the ship and finding out where you could access. I was hoping that I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. What? Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm going to get wrapped up in Lord's games. If you want help, you're gonna need someone else. God damn it, Chief. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky, I can find the chance to get the long-range communication system back up and running before we get to Europa Colony. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the Chief has already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door that she dragged you through earlier. Hit her with the shy Billy, she'll come around. Oh, okay. Just tell her that you're in love with her. The Chief will never love us as much as she loves her engines. It's okay. You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait! Just hear me out! In an instant, the Chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off of her and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant. I've got one job, making sure the ships keep sailing. I've got nothing against you, but nothing against what you're trying to do. But keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if we want to make it back to Europa, they're going to need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. Ugh. Brother! The Chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly. The pain from the awkward angle it had been at shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. With that, the Chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling her to give you another chance to explain, but your pleas have no effect. You're being completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance to one of the engine rooms, and before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn it, Chief! I need your help! There's gotta be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. Ah, yes. Hey, Chief, I needed your help, so I started screwing with the delicate machinery. That sounds like it'd work. Although it's almost redundant given how noisy all the nearby machinery is, not to mention the constant hum of the engines, you quietly approach the door to the engine room. You run your hand over it and ineffectively punch a few buttons on the access panel without your keycard. There's no getting in. What about this? Hang on. You reach into your jacket pocket and feel the hard, thin edge of a keycard. You knew that Hanson had taken yours, so this must be... You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a keycard from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses the card, which you grab out of thin air. Which you grab out of the air. You got Cassandra's keycard. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. Okay, great. Flashback. Ha! Thanks, Vanessa. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step through the engine room. Despite the vast size of this area, it doesn't take you long to spot the Chief, who stood over a large control panel. Alright, let's try again. You'd be surprised how quickly the Chief had dismissed you when you'd asked for help. Although you'd assume she might take a little bit of convincing, you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew by how forceful her rejection had been that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, you also knew that you needed to at least try and convince her to help you. Without the Chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she'd stood at, you let out the final long exhaling and draw yourself up to your full height. You attempt at appearing confident in order to convince yourself. Fucking words. Nearing the control panel that she'd stood at, you let out one final Long exhalation. I feel like punctuation in some of these sentences is kind of off. Long exhalation and draw yourself up to your full height. Your attempt at appearing confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Spatial distribution and the neutron flux shows reaction rates and parameters. Now that should mean energy releases. Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy releases. For a moment, you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than to try to assert yourself physically with the chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Crews not take your key card? Gotta give you points for tenacity. I don't think there's any ducts or crawlways leading here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. I need you, Chief. The Chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know that at the very least you'll probably get physically thrown out of the room and the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something you can simply give up on out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there, just that it gets there. Now, whatever's happened to these engines during that blackout isn't making that job easy. For the last time, dog, get out of my way and do what you gotta do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? With a single step, the Chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the Chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the gun dog back to Europa just as much as you do, but you know it's not about the ship. It's about the people on board. What good is getting us all back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something that they didn't do? What's the point of making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. I don't know if she knows that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the Chief is coming around to you, but you've not convinced her yet. I know that you've got important work to do here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee that there'll even be a gun dog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You've made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you, please. You're telling me you're just doing this for everyone on the ship, Lieutenant? Not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but the ship security officer? It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe, and I can't let them down like this. I can't. Chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now. No sign of unusual output. I could. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa? Bring it up at the tribunal. The Chief raises a good point, but your intent was to prove Cassie, the captain, and yourself innocent. By rights, the tribunal that would investigate this mutiny would be the perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened, and I bet you that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. Even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Bartomuse back in the captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance that the evidence will get adjusted or deleted. Seeing the Chief taking her time to consider your points, you know you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think that they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. But we don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa. They'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their next on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance that that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at the response almost makes you giddy. A feeling you temper with pragmaticism. You can't be sure that you've convinced the chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course, I need to... You're locked up now, but no one's going to blame security for standing up for their captain, especially after everything you've done. You're certain you want to be sticking out your neck like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. You might feel that way now, dog. Let's step away for a second. Give it some thought. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. Okay. You might feel that way now, dog. You're serious. You know that. Part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now, but at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You've almost won her over, and if you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all that you've done to convince her. You breathe out, let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension that you've built up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure to... This is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is too. Without hesitation, the Chief turns back to the control panel that she'd been working on and resumes whatever it is that she'd been doing before you interrupted her. Maybe there were options, but could any of them be as good as getting the Chief to help you out? You'd have to give it some thought. As you approach the crawlway that stretches out ahead of you, your nose twitches. The entire time you've been crawling away from your quarters, all you'd smelt was a stale must, not unpleasant, but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly and certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up the slight hint of something new, but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking in a few deep breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet, but also with a slight burning tang, topped off by a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Heading away from the illuminated section of the crawlways that you'd momentarily stopped at, you soon find yourself in complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around another corner. The snaking tunnel and lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you've traveled, compounding your lack of awareness of where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue to slowly shuffle your way forward, hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful in your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you notice that the smell from earlier is much stronger now, the scent beginning to sting your nose and like the back of your throat, and the back of your throat every breath you take. I gotta be nearby now, let's see. Reaching upwards, you run your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you recognize to be by touch to be a catch that secures a panel in place. Although it takes some amount of fumbling to unclip it in the dark, you eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process with the others as you find them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. The captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartomuse. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her and ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever's standing the guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you, only realizing that you've placed it into a puddle of liquid after the shock of sensation subsides. Looking down at your hand, you take a tentative sniff. As you'd guessed, it's the same smell that you noticed in the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than of a beverage, but it's the unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift your position from where you just tried to climb out of and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room once you're far enough away that you won't actually douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you've stood up, you look around, but don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loudly as you dare, doing your best to not be heard beyond the confines of the quarters. Captain! You hiss slightly louder this time. With no response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel and further into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Now finding yourself in an unpleasantly familiar situation, you head over to the annex to the right hand of the room and lean in through the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much, you head over to the captain and crouch down by the bed, laying your hand on her shoulder and giving her a few gentle shoves. Although you begin to push her harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on! At this point, you're all but shaking her, but she still doesn't stir. She's just a complete fucking blackout drunk. It was a pretty dumb story point at the first time we had to deal with this. So to have it happen again is pretty irritating. That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exasperated sigh, you stand back up and look down at the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of the whiskey. It seems like she spills more than she fucking drinks if it stinks this goddamn bad in here. It's ridiculous. On second thought, maybe she should be removed from duty. I mean, it's not wrong, but not in this way that they're doing it. Even if I wanted to drink any of this, which I definitely don't, the captain hasn't left any. Looks like half of it ended up on the floor. If the desk is anything like the last time, all the drawers are probably locked, and I bet they took the captain's key ring since it contains a lot of master switches for the ship's functions. Let's see. Like I thought, all locked. Okay. This is the captain. With how the captain is right now, I don't want to risk it. Inspiring painting, but I don't have the time to stand around contemplating. This doesn't work like a point-and-click adventure, Gundy. You can't, like, click on this and then click on other items. That's not how this game works. So, like, if I were to be able to use a screwdriver, I would use the desk first, and then it would be like, oh, it's locked, and then it would automatically bring up my item panel. And then I would be able to click on the screwdriver. But yeah, I can't, like... It's not like a normal point-and-click. It's a visual novel more than anything else. Alright, well, I guess we can't do anything in here. You peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you and do your best to make out anything that might indicate where it leads to. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement of air, sound, or smell that could indicate where it leads. As ominous as it seems, you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity you're going to free Cassie. Okay, this is all the same dialogue. Instead of a smooth paneling you'd expect, you place your hand on... you encounter what it feels like a lever. Alright then, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers that you're not about to open a hatch into space, you grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? Pushing open the latch above, you standing up, you look around to see that you've emerged into the airlock. Clamber out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. The airlock, huh? You muse. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. Not planning on going outside the ship anytime soon, and these won't offer much in the way of protection against firearms. It's not even worth trying the radios. Who knows who'd pick it up? Might be Vanessa if I'm really unlucky. see. The airlock has an entryway to a large ship cavity that doesn't appear to be vacuum tight. What? We opened up this hatch, which probably was vacuum tight. I wonder if we can move into the central hub. We actually can. You tread lightly, doing your best to keep your steps as silent as possible as you approach the central hub. You stop as soon as you reach the threshold between the airlock and the hub. Holding your breath, listen out for any sign that Hansen and Haru might be nearby. Sure enough, you can hear the two bantering loudly from the direction of the four-side thoroughfare as they stand watch over the two crew quarters corridors. Okay, but seriously, Lord has got it down bad for you. Yeah, I'm not stupid, trust me though. Someone like her, no thanks. No way, Cruz. Easy promotion right there. One and done. If you did, I bet you could get her to say anything you wanted when we get the ship back to Europa. No thanks, she's not even my type. Oh yeah, who is then? As if. The captain? Shut it, Rumney. Commander Quinn? Shut up, Rumney! The banter stops there and silence follows. You can tell by their voices that they're both stood at the four-side thoroughfare, which gives them a clear line of sight straight through the central hub and towards the aft thoroughfare. If you left where you were stood now to head further into the ship, there's a good chance that you'd be spotted. Slowly you begin to make your way back towards the airlock. Looking back over your shoulder, you see that the panel covering the ladder leading to the bridge has come loose again, dropping from its mounts onto the floor. Hey, what was that? Man, I don't know. It sounded like something in the hub. Oh, fuck. Stay here. I'll check it out. You swear under your breath as you try to move as silently as possible back towards the airlock as quickly as you can. Once there, you pull open the latch leading to the crawlway and drop down inside, quickly pulling it shut on top of you. At least you attempt to. As you try to pull the latch all the way closed, you find it catching on something just before it shuts. Each time you try and force the mechanism, it makes a scraping noise, which you realize is loud enough to be heard from the hub. Hey, someone there? It's instantly apparent to you that the crawlway runs under the route from the central hub to the airlock as you hear Hansen's footfall echoing through the crawlway, growing continuously closer. With one final heave, you yank the latch with all of your strength and manage to pull it shut, swinging the lever back to its original position as you do so. You still sit still in the darkness, holding your breath. Piece of junk ship, falling apart. You wait until Hansen's steps have completely faded away, till exhaling in relief. You remain in the darkness for a few minutes, waiting until all sounds of activity from the central hub disappear, and you tentatively re-emerge out into the airlock. Should probably stay away from the central hub for the time being. Okay, well, we can just move back into the fucking crawlways. As you come level with the crawlway that branches off to your left, you notice almost imperceptible sounds of echoing off in the distance. You hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that they come from and focus, trying to identify them. It takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sounds properly from the general thrum of the Gundog systems, but as you concentrate, you realize that you make out the whir of the motors, the sound of metal colliding with metal, and tools being used. It's too quiet to be engineering, which must mean that this way leads to the mech room. Find ourselves in total darkness again. Unlike your journey from the quarters, the lit segment you just taken a break at, you were confident where you were heading as the previously muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuate your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through this twisting shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness in your movements, which you initially dismiss as numbness from the time spent hunched over and crawling. It isn't until you push against the floor with the one leg and inadvertently send yourself gently gliding forward that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. Hold your arms out in front of you to ensure that you don't slam face first into the edge of the current length of the tunnel. Thankfully that you hadn't pushed off with much force when you feel cool steel on your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd been heading next, you eventually identify a turn to the right and carefully propel yourself off the crawlway wall. Soon enough, you manage to adapt to this method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe or protrusion. Eventually, you turn a corner, and for the first time since you've started down this path, you see the faint glow of light. Moving towards you, you realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sounds are almost as loud as if you were in the room with the machinery. You can clearly make out the dull thrum of gantry crane moving from one end of the rail to the other, interrupted by the irregular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanism disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. There it is. As you'd expected, the noises had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other member of the crew that you hadn't wanted to run into. Aside from Dalton, who is hard at work on Hansen's judo and completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. All right, let's go. You perform another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off a nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he's completely absorbed in his work, and isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he has any idea there's something in the hangar with him. Ah, Chief! I was just finishing off the final recoupling of the new bell nozzles and the directional... Startled, Dalton swivels to face you, and the look of terror on his face is instantly replaced with one of pure confusion. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Wait, what are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up until we get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? You come to take me out? It's part of your conspiracy? Oh no, help! Help! His panicked Dalton shoves you away from him, turns and scrambles away using whatever purchase he can find in the armored frame surface. Once out of your reach, he kicks off the machine. Fortunately for you, he doesn't make solid contact, his feet instead catching it at an awkward angle, which sends him drifting away slowly despite his writhing and rashing. Dalton, shut up and get back here! You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations and best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help! Help! I'm gonna... As he continues to thrash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on a nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you. That's right. Just take it easy. I'm going to let you go, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and remove your hand from his mouth. He slumps into the microgravity, remaining in place. What was that, Billy? But, Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said that you were a co-conspirator of the Commander Quinn and the Captain. That you had to be... Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Lieutenant Captain Lord and the ensign said... And you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean... But she said... You sigh with exasperation, holding up both of your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to this ship, you think I'd have done everything I've done to make sure everyone has stayed safe? Like getting the power back online, securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Bartolomew's and Commander Quinn have nothing to do with what's happening here, and there's no way that Quinn could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help to... Hey! You hear Ensign Rumney's call echo across the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are behind the Juno and can't be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton towards them, using him as a distraction as you slip into the Juno's open cockpit and out of sight. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they'd instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Whoa, geez, kid, be careful. What were you doing floating around like that? And what's with the screaming? Something happening in here? Oh, I was just, Just what? What's going on in here, huh? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens under the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. Well, it was because Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no. There's nothing wrong. Nothing. It's all fine. It's just... Seriously, what have you done? What do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth. The sound of what you had to presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through the cockpit. It was nothing. I just got the impact driver caught in my jumpsuit, and then it started going because I accidentally hit the trigger, and everything started bunching up, and I couldn't stop it because... All right, kid. Okay, take it easy. Yes, Ensign. You all good? Yes, Ensign. Thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool. I got it. Just, stay calm next time, all right? Yes, Ensign. I will. Sorry. All right, well, if that's it. Yes, Ensign. It is. Nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. You remain still with a tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can to not even breathe. As far as you can tell, Haru had left, but you have no way of knowing for sure. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant, it's safe to come out now. You feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but wanting to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume Ensign Rumney is waiting in ambush and spring out of the cockpit. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still hanger and a fretful Cadet Grange. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I just... Looking around to make certain that you're alone with Dalton once again, it's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thanks for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want me to do? What do you want me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain and the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Cruz say that... Dalton, hey, calm down, it's okay. Sorry. You take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking the cadet for his help seemed wrong. Although he was working on a JCF ship, he was basically still just a kid. But you knew that he had the technical skills that you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Commander Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship, and that's you. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out here, Cadet. As you talk, Dalton begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've just got to dose him a thing over here there quickly. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly plant on the Juno, and he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. Damn it, Dalton. Launch yourself from the armored frame towards the far side of the hangar, stopping yourself on the first storage crate you arrive at. Quickly glance over to the mess of containers, but aren't able to spot the young engineer, quietly, beginning to move from crate to crate, looking out for any sign of the cadet amongst the disorganization. As you pass by an inconspicuous cluster of containers, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit and the sharp intake of breath. You pause and turn your attention to some crates opposite to where you'd heard the noise coming from, giving them a few seconds of fake investigation before launching yourself towards the nook that Dalton has hidden himself in. Whoa! Dalton, please calm down. I just want to talk to you, okay? Dalton! Okay. I promise, Cadet, I wouldn't be here if I didn't really need your help. But right now, the Lieutenant Lord is in charge of the ship, and we're all in a huge amount of danger. It's not just the commander and captain, it's all of us. We don't know what's going on with this. You gesture at the strange craft. Thing. We don't even know if it's actually deactivated. We could still be in danger. How are we going to deal with it if half our crew is locked up and the other half is on guard duty? All I need is a little bit of your help. If I can prove Commander Quinn innocent, that's one major blow to the Lord's justification for his mutiny. After that, we can prove the captain's innocent too. From there, no one on board will side with the Lord. They'll know it'll be them up for execution as traitors. But I can't do this alone. That's why I need you. I know the Chief's taught you a lot already. With your help, I can get this done before we get anywhere near Europa. Oh, well, thank you, but I... Dalton. You lay your hand on his shoulder. Please. Well, Why do you want me, Lieutenant? I mean, are you sure? I'm just a cadet. I don't really know much of anything. Are you sure it's my help you want? Like, I just mean that maybe you should think about it is all. If that's okay. Dalton. Oh, Lieutenant, it's you again. Do you still need my help? I mean, not that I won't help you, but if you need it, it's just that maybe there's someone else who could help you, someone who isn't me. I just think I might not be who you want. I would, though, if you needed it. I need your help. Dalton, look. I know this is scary, but if we don't do this and the whole ship is in danger, you're a good cadet. You do your best to do everything right, and it's got to be tough to know you're going against the chain of command. We can't let Vanessa get away with this. There's too much at stake. You, me, everyone on board, we're all at risk. So I need your help, Cadet. I don't have the skills to get this done without you. Are you sure no one else can help? I just think that maybe you should ask someone else. I just don't really... Don't we... I don't understand this. Because, like, why can't we just have everybody helping? Like, we want to get everybody on board, but... Like, the game is making me think that I only have one person that is allowed to help me. And, like, I have to choose among either Dalton or the Chief. But the Chief didn't want me... to give an answer immediately. We had to, like, leave. I don't know if it's, like, we have to exhaust all the other options before we're allowed to talk to the Chief again. So I don't really know, like, how this works. Dalton, Knight. You look at the cadet for a moment, his watery eyes looking up at you, and you notice the slight tremble of his lower lip. I'm going to take a look at some other options, but hang on, okay? I might still need your help. Right, okay, Lieutenant. Like, maybe I shouldn't be putting this kind of pressure on the kid. There are other people I could go to, even if it might be a bit trickier to convince them. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just seeing if there's anything I can do. The way out of the hangar is in full view of the Forsyth thoroughfare. Hanson and Hara would spot me in an instant if I left that way. I'd stick to the crawlways for now. Okay. Can I go here? You remove the card from your jacket and swipe it through the terminal to the right of the door. To your relief, it opens immediately and you step into the room. Once inside, the door closes behind you and you're left bathed in the noxious glow of the monitor's light. You tentatively lay your hands on the keyboard and think. Right now, I'm here. Right, now I'm here. I can... You step back with a sigh. I have no idea what I'm doing here. You dejectedly turn around and leave the room. Okay. Cool. At least I know I can get in if I need to, I guess. It's a long way from the Forsyth thoroughfare, but if they're paying attention, Hanson and Haro could still spot me if I headed that way. I'll stick to the crawlways. Okay. In the time you'd taken to step away to think this over, the Chief had moved on to a different section of the engine room and is instead working on a control panel. It's now intently staring at the selection of gauges and dials. Reactions nominal. No issues here. Chief, I've thought it over. Lieutenant. So what's it gonna be? You certain? Yes. I can't do this without you. Yes, Chief, I am. I know what you said, but I can't risk it. I can't risk Vanessa getting away with this. I can't risk the crew. I'm gonna do it. Well, you got a lot of spunk, Lieutenant, I'll give you that. Everything's running fine here, so I guess it's you and me now. Where to then, dog? You're buoyant with elation at the Chief's words. With her on your side, there was next to nothing on the ship that could stop you. First of all, we need to show that the captain and commander weren't intentionally absent when the blackout happened. We'll also need to prove Commander Quinnan had nothing to do with the killing of the doctor. So we'll also probably... Go to sickbay? Yeah, good idea. If we went there, we'd be able to... Yeah, that's right, Chief, but to get there, we'll need to head through the crawlways? Of course. Can't have you strolling down the thoroughfare when you're supposed to be locked up, even if... Where she'd been hesitant before, the Chief had clearly already switched her focus onto problem solving from the ship's engines to your predicament. Unfortunately, it looked like that it came with her predisposition for getting carried away with analyzing the problem from every perspective. Chief, the crawlways. Huh? Right. The crawlways. All right, Lieutenant. So due to the ship's construction, the crawlway system doesn't extend to the engine blocks. It's because of how the Swift class... Enthusiastically lecturing you, the Chief heads towards the entrance that leads back into the engineering room, going into a detailed breakdown of the nature of the disconnect between the ship's hull and its HFDD engines. You let out a sigh of acceptance and follow her. You didn't really want to become an expert on the idiosyncratic construction of the Swift class, but it was a small price to pay for saving the entire ship. It's because of the fundamental framework. It's actually from intercluster small load transports. During the war, they... Doesn't take long for you to arrive at the spot in the engineering department where the Chief had first hoisted you out from the crawlway you'd arrived in. What that means is that... Hold this. With a minimal effort, Chief pulls up the grating and tosses it to you, almost knocking you back over a guardrail. Swift class could theoretically be the easiest class in the fleet to upgrade if there's any further advancements, as you hurry to enter the crawlway and replace the grating above you as the Chief disappears into the darkness, continuing to rattle off more about the ship's engines than you could ever hope to remember. With the grate secure, you quickly shuffle toward the ongoing spiel. The deluge of facts, your guide in the darkness as you head back into the bowels of the ship. Making your way through the crawlways as quickly as you can, you still find it difficult to keep up with the Chief, who moves through the cramped confines of the tunnels with surprising swiftness. There are multiple times where you have to get her attention so that she'll slow down and not leave you stranded in the pitch-dark network of passages. Despite your constant reminders, as soon as you reach the Chief, the Chief will often race ahead, leaving you desperately shuffling to keep up. You're finding it hard to move at speed due to the limited room in the crawlway offered, which made the Chief's pace all the more impressive considering her height and build. Eventually, you reach a familiar illuminated area. Sweat dripping down your brow, you call out, "Chief, stop!" What's that, Lieutenant? You've got a few hundred meters of crawlway to get through if you want to reach the sickbay. We're so bad at everything, yeah. I mean, like, these things look like they have more space. When I think of, like, an absolutely nightmarish type of way of getting around, I think of the movie Aliens, where Bishop... he's an android, right? But, like, he has to get into that little tube, and then you have the shot of him just slowly fucking working his way through the tube, and it's just like, I'd rather deal with the aliens, bro. Fuck that. Mostly we're just dumb as a post. Yeah, we really are, huh? Our character's not too bright either. We've got a few hundred meters of crawlway to get through if you want to reach the sickbay. No time for slacking. You hold your hands up as you do your best to catch your breath. Okay. Yes, Chief, I want to reach the sickbay. As your breathing slows and you feel more capable of talking, you lower your palm, allowing you to pivot from your hands and knees to a sitting position. You lean back against the wall behind you, relishing in the cool chill of the steel. But we need to go over the plan before we get there. If we just show up at the central hub and the ensigns see us, it'll all be over. You're right. But there aren't any crawlways leading directly to the block of the sickbay built into, so we need to use the elevators, which means that in terms of access, the Chief's eyes dart back and forth as she begins to go over the different variables in her mind. After a moment, she shifts from the crawling position into a sitting cross-legged on the floor. You let out a deep sigh of release as her as her attention is completely taken by the logistics of accessing the sickbay without being seen. If only the ladder was open next to the elevator. As she continues to mutter to herself, you undo the top button on your uniform shirt and flap the fabric near your collar back and forth to cool yourself. Now that you weren't trying to keep pace with the Chief's unnaturally fast movements through the crawlways, you finally had time to think, and you, too, turn your thoughts toward the next step in your plan. It was going to be difficult to figure out, but now was the time to do it before you headed anywhere else. Spend some time kneading the muscles in your legs and the balls of your hands to work out the tension that had accumulated as you crawled through the tunnels. As you work your way from one leg to the other, you listen in the Chief's mutterings as she considers different ways in which you'll be able to access the sickbay. You're relieved that she's putting in so much thought into it, but from what you can tell, she's only thinking about how you'll get in, not what you'll do when you get there. After a few more minutes, with no indication that the Chief will give up on this puzzle herself, you interrupt. Hey, Chief! But Lieutenant Dog wouldn't be able to access that area, so that brings us back to... Chief, hey! Lieutenant, I'm trying to figure out how to get us into the sickbay. Give me a moment. Oops. Chief, I know we're going to need to get to the sickbay to prove Quinn and the captain innocent, but right now we need to figure out what we'll do when we get in there. Right now, any part of the ship that isn't in the crawlways or my quarters is risky for me to be in, so I don't want to spend any longer outside of them than I have to. I'd rather we discuss the plan now than leave it until we get there. That makes sense. So what are you thinking, Lieutenant? What evidence are you after in the sickbay? Well, do you remember how Lord justified her mutiny on the bridge earlier? That rat. She was saying that Quinn and Bartimeus were both out of action on purpose when the ship had that blackout. I don't see how it would benefit two traitors to be stuck in a dead ship, but she must have some way to twist the facts. Exactly. To deal with that accusation, we need to prove they were actually unwell, show that they couldn't have survived. What do you mean they couldn't have survived? Couldn't have survived what? Okay, sorry. What? Balls and hands? Yeah, your handballs, you know. Handballs. Gotta massage the handballs. Prove they were actually unwell, or show they couldn't have survived. I don't know what couldn't have survived means. Show that the two of them were actually sick when the blackout happened. If we can show they weren't faking it, then that would blow a huge hole in Lord's justification. If we can do that, then the rest of the crew will see that they're in danger just by siding with her. Even Hansen and Hara won't risk it. We can convince them and no one to back her up. And with no one to back her up, Lord's mutiny will be finished. I can see what you're saying, Lieutenant, but how are you going to do that? Well, I was thinking that there would be records. There'd be medical records, right? As soon as the power was back on, I took the commander straight to the sickbay and told the doctor about the captain's condition. He's always making notes on that tablet of his. Even when he was treating me after the crash, he was logging his diagnostics and medication used onto it. He'd have definitely done the same for the Captain Bartimeus and Lord Commander Quinn. Hey, good thinking, Lieutenant. If the medical records software is like what I used at the log repairs, and it's pretty watertight. Time, date, essential information, it'll all be there. Exactly. Right, so we're going to need to get our hands on that. Easy. You shift from your sitting position back to your hands and knees and begin crawling your way through the tunnels to your next destination, but the Chief remains sat where she is. Come on, Chief, we need to get to sickbay. You're forgetting something important, Lieutenant. What do you mean? The doctor's murder? With gritted teeth, you shift back your sitting position. In the excitement of thinking that you had the solution to this whole problem, you've completely forgotten that Lord had directly accused Cassie of the doctor's murder. Even if you could prove she had been unconscious at the time of the blackout, no one on the ship would take the side of a murder suspect. Do you know where they put the doctor's body, Chief? I was knocked out when that was being dealt with. Did they leave it in the sickbay? Of course. The surgery wing has a storage unit for them. Why? Then nothing's changed. The proof we need that the captain and the commander weren't absent on purpose is going to be in the sickbay, and the doctor's body is too. If we're going to prove that the Commander Quinn didn't kill him, that's probably the best place to start, right? Can't argue with that, Lieutenant. Right. Sounds like you've got it all figured out. Ready to get moving? Ready when you are, Chief. That's what I like to hear. So make sure you keep up this time. Yes, Chief. You marvel at the speed and agility that the Chief demonstrates in such a confined space as she springs forward from her sitting position and disappears down a dark crawlway. You, on the other hand, curse how awkward it is, and you rearrange yourself back into a crawling position and head after her. Although she only has a few seconds lead on you, it only takes that long for her to disappear from sight, leaving you scrambling to catch up, following her exclusively by the sound of her boots and jumpsuit scuffing against the tunnel floor. Fortunately, you're just about able to keep pace. Panting and covered in a fresh film of sweat, you catch up to her just as she opens a hatch in the tunnel ceiling. The Chief bolts out of the new exit, but you're a bit more careful, listening out for any other voices before approaching the holes slowly and peeking out in case there's anyone else in the airlock. After confirming the coast is clear, you climb out and shut the hatch behind you. Not bad, Lieutenant. You kept a pretty good pace there. Maybe we'll get you up to maintenance team standards yet. You smile and nod at the Chief. You'd like to respond, but you're breathing too heavily due to the exertion to keep up with her, and the cool air of the airlock catches you in your throat. Instead, you wipe the sweat from your forehead with the cuff of your shirt sleeve and lean against the main airlock hatch, trying to slow your breathing. So when it comes to the crawlways that you can access, the closest that the network we've been inside will take you to the sickbay is here, in the airlock. There's others that could take us right there, but none of the access points are places that you can get to without being seen by some other crew members, so... Again, you simply smile and nod, taking the opportunity to compose yourself as the Chief fills you with all the different paths that the crawlways run through the ship. Eventually, you're ready to move on, but the Chief is deep in another lecture, growing increasingly absorbed by the subject matter. Exhaling deeply, you stand fully upright. If you want to get moving, you'll need to snap the Chief out of it. Hey, Chief. Now that you're ready to move on, do your best to nudge the Chief out of her latest mental distraction. Think about the approaches that it doesn't consider. Chief! What is it, Lieutenant? I was just considering... Sorry to push you, Chief, but we really need to get moving to sickbay now. We've only got a few days until we're back at Europa. Sooner we deal with this, the better. Right. Okay then, Lieutenant. How are we going to get past the ensigns? The ensigns? You remember nearly being caught by Hansen the last time you were in the airlock, but the brainstorming session you had in the crawlways with the Chief, you completely forgot to factor them into your plans. You've been too concerned with where you needed to be in order to prove Cassie innocent that you hadn't thought how you'd get there. You've got a plan for this, right? Of course. You lie as you run through some ideas in your head. I guess we're going to need a distraction. We need to figure out some way to get them away from the thoroughfare, ideally for a while. It's good thinking, Lieutenant. It's got to be easier to get them out of the hallway than it is for us to try and sneak past them or take them out. But I can't really think of anything we can do from here. Don't worry about that, Lieutenant. I've got just the thing. You stay here and watch for the right moment. You'll know when you see it. Okay, but... I was going to say we could have What's-His-Face make some noise in the hangar. Without pausing to listen to your concerns, the Chief turns away from you and strides down the hallway toward the central hub. Unlike you, she still has the freedom of the entire ship as no one realizes that you're both working together. You watch as she walks nonchalantly into the hub and turns right towards the aft thoroughfare. If the ensigns notice her, there's no indication that they care as she casually walks away. You take a deep breath and crouch down by the corner of the airlock's exit. You don't want to miss the Chief's signal, whatever it may be. Distraction. Pick up ensigns. Smash together. Yes, yeah. Just clunk their heads together. Before you can even start to wonder what the chief will do, your question is answered. What is she? From your position, you see the chief storm back into the central hub, and you yell at the two ensigns, gesturing towards the engineering department. Ensigns, I need you in engineering right now. You can't make out the response, but the chief's reply is loud and clear. If you don't get moving, there'll be no one left on guard. Now get down here. It doesn't take much to convince the ensigns. You see them sprint past the chief and towards the engineering department. Once they're out of sight, the chief looks to you and shoots you a quick wink before turning to follow them. Get straight to the engines, crews! Those cores need to be realigned now! Once the chief is out of sight, you dart down the corridor towards the central hub. You check both thoroughfares and not seeing anyone, run over to the elevators. Come on, come on, come on! You repeatedly tap the button, thankful that due to its emergency nature, the sickbay doesn't need you to swipe your keycard to access it. Even though we have a keycard that would do that, but sure, instead relying simply on using a bioscanner to log whoever enters. Let's go already, let's go. As the door begins to open, you immediately slip through the gap, hitting the door close button as soon as you're inside. With a sigh of relief, you lean back against the cool metal wall and feel yourself begin to move downwards. You knew that there was no way the chief would have purposely created a real problem in the engineering department, so whatever she had lined up for the ensigns was probably pointless busy work. Or use the crawlway ladder, right? Right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this game is okay, but I definitely feel like there's just the main thing of the game is the writing, and like the writing feels like it kind of is great at times, but like there's other time, like there's some times where it's like, for me it feels like a 4 out of 5. But there's a lot of times where it kind of feels like a 2 out of 5 as well. Still, it had done the trick, and as long as it kept them occupied, it didn't matter what she'd done. As the elevator's rate of descent begins to slow, you step forward and shield your eyes before the doors and open you to the harsh glare of the sickbay lights. Now that you'd finally got here, you could begin. Are those 4 out of 5 times when the chief is on screen? Maybe. Maybe just a little bit. Now that you'd finally got here, you could begin. You emerge slowly and silently into the sickbay, scanning the room as soon as your eyes have adjusted to the light. At first glance, you don't see any sign of the attacker who'd knocked you out the last time you were here, but you're careful to check behind the doctor's desk as well as other blind spots within the room. Once you're confident there's no one else here with you, your shoulders drop and you release the tension that you've been carrying. Without any obvious threat, you take your time to go over the room. Everything was as you'd remembered it being. No one had even gone through the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass that covered the floor in front of the medicine cabinets. You take a small amount of solace in the fact that you were lucky. If you were lucky, it meant that everything else in the room had been left alone too, including any evidence that might absolve Cassie or the captain. Okay, where to begin? Where to begin? Heading over to the emergency beds, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take some extra time to go over them, peering into all the nooks and crannies where the padded top joins the frame. Pay careful attention looking for any unusual markings or damage or signs that someone else may have been around them aside from Cassie or the doctor. Unfortunately, the only thing that you can find would be considered out of the ordinary is an empty chocolate bar wrapper stuffed under the pillow alongside a few crumbs in the covering. You didn't need to be an expert tracker to know who had been here. Doctor's desk. If there were any documents that would come in useful, they'll be in here. Let's see. Much like on the O'Brien, the glass fronts of the cabinets that sorted the various medicines and treatments had been smashed in fragments covering the floor. You do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crunch a few pieces underfoot as you look at the broken edges of the glass that remain in the cabinet doors. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught in these shards. You step back to get a better look and hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back to see what it was, you kneel down to pick it up. A Nutrishake mix. You turn the packet in your hands and notice that it's completely empty, just like what happened on the O'Brien. I know it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor, and since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? But we've not seen any sign that anyone's been able to leave it. And why would they kill 2 doctors just over nutritional shakes? It doesn't make any sense. As you walk over to the entrance of the surgery wing, the first thing you notice is that the typically clear glass panel that lets you look inside still has the frosted effect that's reserved for patient modesty or any procedure requiring discretion. With the rest of the crew accounted for and no one available to do any surgeries, you can only assume that it was left in place because the doctor's body had been stored inside. Doctor's desk. It's probably my best bet of finding something useful. Moving around to the side where the doctor's Rosarium typically sat, you're relieved to find that the drawers are unlocked. You take a thick pile of files out of the top one and begin flicking through them, looking for anything useful. There's got to be something here, you think. But there's a huge number of documents within the stack of folders that you'd taken, more than you could easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them on the table and try the second drawer. This time a smile crosses your face as you pull out the doctor's data pad. Jackpot! Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it into the back drawer, you notice the device. You took the device out of. You inspect it, looking for the power button. You find and flick the switch on the back of the data pad, watching the screen slowly illuminate as the device comes to life. The sound of a drive within it beginning to spin, letting you know it's still functional. Alright, I bet this will have all the information I need. Your elation is immediately wiped away as you're faced with a login prompt. If only there was a sticky note attached to it that had the password. Oh, come on! Place the datapad on the desk alongside with the files and sit down in the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. You had no expectation that this endeavor would be easy, so you'd been hoping that at the very least it would have been simple. Unfortunately, that did not look like it was going to be the case. After taking a few moments to silently fume at the challenges that were being thrown your way, you realize there's nothing you can do but move forward. This can't be it. There's got to be something I can do. With a long exhalation, you stand up, looking around the sickbay. You come this far, you weren't going to give up yet. Running your hands back through your hair, you pace from one side of the room to the other. As far as you could tell, there was no obvious proof that Cassie had been to the doctor's murderer, but you couldn't find any proof to the contrary either. At this rate, you wouldn't be able to find anything, and there wasn't a chance that once you'd left sickbay, or there was every chance that once you'd left the sickbay, the ensigns would have returned to their positions outside the crew quarters. Had you risked it all for nothing? Before you can dwell on that thought, you hear the elevator whir into life, letting you know that within the next few seconds, someone would be entering the room. With no time to spare, you decide to hide. You look around the room in desperation for somewhere to conceal yourself, so that you can either stay unnoticed by whoever enters, or get the drop on them if necessary. With the surgery wing locked and the emergency beds nothing more than suspended platforms, you're left with one option. Just as the door slides open, you dive behind the desk, trying to tuck yourself into what little space there is underneath of it. Remaining as quiet as you can, you listen to the sound of footsteps crossing the room towards your position. Footsteps coming from the elevator towards the desk fall heavily on the floor, each one causing a resounding thud. Whoever's entered the room stops right by you, and you hear a slight creak from the desk, as if a great weight has been placed on it. It's Chief. Get out of there, Lieutenant. It's just me. The Chief appears in front of you, squatting down with one hand still resting on top of the desk. She reaches out to you, and you take her hand, which yanks you out and to your feet. No need to worry about Cruz or Rumney. I've got them realigning cores on a deactivated secondary drive coil with the false readings I fed into it. They'll be there all day. I told them I'd be working on the main coil in the other engine room, so they shouldn't figure I'm gone for a while. Unless they realize the readouts are getting our loop, but with the 14 variations I plugged in. How's it going in here? Find what you needed yet? Not yet, no. You gesture over to the doctor's desk. I found the doctor's Rosarium's data pad, but I can't log in. The surgery wing's locked up and there's no obvious evidence that points to anyone else being here from aside from Commander Quinn. Sounds like you've been having a tough time, huh? Yeah. You run your hands back through your hair and lean back against the cool glass that separates you from the surgery wing. I think that, like, leaning back against a cool surface and running our hands through our hair has been, like, we've read that, like, at least 5 times today. I don't remember how many times we maybe have read that before this point. I'd hope I would find something obvious, but there's nothing useful here, and we can't get to the doctor's body or into his notes. Hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've got me here. You think this ship does anything but what I tell her? No chance. I'll get it sorted. Where are we gonna start? Well... I prefer the old way of doing it. Just remembering what you had going on. Waste of military funds, if you ask me. I don't know, Chief. I find it pretty convenient. I'm hoping Vamp will show up and shit on the ceiling. Oh my god, no. Bleh. Bleh. Bleh, bleh. It makes it too easy. When I started, you had to learn the layout of your ship inside and out. There was no map. You know, back in my day, there was no map. Uh-huh. You turn your attention back to the tablet. I should take a look around the room, see if the doctor left any clues about his password. If only there was a sticky note attached to the fucking thing. Didn't have to worry about cybersecurity either before those things. Alright, Chief, okay. Look at the desk, which you retrieve the doctor's datapad and pinch your bridge of your nose. It was driving you nuts that such a potentially vital piece of evidence was locked behind a password. Something got you down, Lieutenant? Just thinking about the doctor's datapad. Could have been everything we needed on it. But with his password, there's nothing we could do. You sure you looked everywhere? Rosarium was good with medical equipment, but no good with computers. Bet you he's written his password down somewhere. Maybe there is something I missed. A vague memory returns to you, and you head over to the desk, opening up the top drawer. Aside from a collection of plugs and cables, you'd already emptied it of everything that had seemed important. You slide it closed and move to the one below it, opening it to find that without the datapad inside, all it contained was the sticky note that you'd previously peeled off the screen. Could it be that easy? You temper your expectations as you read what has been written. Device asked me to press any key to continue. Ask Kath's location of any key, not visible on keyboard. Yeah. See? The doctor cannot be serious. Yes, he can. What did you find? Exasperated, you pass her the note as her eyes scan the writing, and a broad smile fills her face. I remember when he asked me about this. I laughed so much I scared the hell out of the cadet. Had to explain to the guy that the computer's instructions weren't as literal as he was treating them. I guess he just saw it as an instruction and followed it. So the password's gonna be password? Oh my god. Yes. Just type in password. There we go. Dr. Rosarium, you cannot be serious. So what was it, Lieutenant? Password. As in enter password. Huge smile erupts in the Chief's face, and she laughs loudly, giving you such a hearty series of pats on the back that you almost launch the datapad across the room. Are they really expecting us to believe that in this future spacefaring society, they don't all know how to use computers? I mean, that's not really difficult to believe. That's kind of the case currently in society, because younger people aren't growing up with computers, they're growing up with data pads and like just a bunch of apps rather than having it be like kind of operating systems and stuff like that in the older kind of computers. There's like less computer literacy now than there was a couple of decades ago. Which isn't necessarily to say that that's a bad thing, but I'm just saying that it just feels believable to me. It's not that people are more stupid or anything. It's just that, like, it just completely depends on what you're exposed to. And because people are exposed to computers less, and instead are exposed to just like having like applications that just work in a certain way. You know, they're more familiar with the way that those work rather than like having to troubleshoot and whatever. It's kind of figure. It's just different is all. Anyway, good old Rosarium. Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, the chief maintains her grin. We could always count on that guy to get straight to the point. Good work figuring it out, Lieutenant. See if you can find something useful on that device. Will do. Computers are more user-friendly now, which means you're forced to learn yet less. Yeah, it's true. Expect the doctor would have been exposed to computers in both their medical training and their military training? Maybe. In terms of the game's writing, I think that this is a very believable thing. Out of order. Access to map function is disabled. Please contact your system administrator. Medical department tasks. Assigned to Dr. Sifa Rosarium. Patient Cassandra Quinn. Initial comprehensive review completed. Run neuroimaging set. Run neuroimaging set. Supply painkillers. Run neuroimaging set 3. Chief, I got something about Commander Quinn. Yeah? Anything good? Maybe. Says here that he gave her sedatives at 21:22. It was around 21:30 when I came down and found the doctor before getting attacked. There's no way that she could have attacked him if he'd just been sedated. If she'd just been sedated, let alone kill him. She couldn't have been in a state to do much of anything. What about the captain? Anything there that helps her out? Nothing yet, but I'll keep looking. Hansen Cruz, immobilize forearm to prevent furthering of ulna fractures. Commence automated ossification procedure. Review completion of ossification procedure and assess wound closure and sutures. Patient, gun, dog. Localized anti-inflammatory and painkillers. Maris Bartomuse. Provide treatment for Vasalgia. Rehydrate with high glucose electrolyte mix, accompanied by painkillers. Provide recommendations on counseling for alcohol misuse and potential addiction. Yeah, we know that. Armored frames. E-magazines. Electroshock weapons. Europa colony. Europa cluster. Extravehicular activity. Flight. Gravity shell. Higgs field distortion. Jovian. Jovian colony fleet. Jovian fleet ship. Jovian United Colony Fleet. Juno. Lunar. Martian territories. Nuclear pulse engines. Nutrishakes. A meal replacement that comes in powdered form can be added to water to make a beverage that can supply someone's entire nutritional requirement. Typically used on ships that are too small to carry an entire voyage's worth of synthetic reproduction rations. Just reading that just because, like, we'd had the people consuming those, apparently. Planetary calendar, Sol, Solar Federation, Solar War, synthetic reproduction rations, terminal. This looks like it contains some medical records of everyone on board the Gundog. If I go any further, I'll be looking at some really sensitive material, but there could be something in there that helps me. I need to make sure I only look at what I need to. Mary's Bartomuse. Blood type O+. Recent update. Attended quarters following notification. Crew member 234214. Patient was discovered unresponsive due to alcohol-induced Vasalgia. Level of consumption indicates undiagnosed alcoholism. Yeah? I just found records for the captain. Says he found her unresponsive due to, because of what? Something called Visalgia, but it says she was unresponsive, so that should prove that she wasn't absent on purpose. Works for us. So we've got the lieutenant commander being dosed up with sedatives, and Bartomew's having, what did the doctor call it? Visalgia? The power was off. Looks like we've got enough to prove that Lord's full of crap. Definitely. This would be really useful. Okay. Diagnosed with dysthymia. Has refused antidepressant medications and counseling. Discretion to forego mandatory counseling provided by Admiral Bartomew's. Chronic hypertension. Incapacitated due to drinking is gross incompetence. Yes, you're absolutely right. Bartomew's definitely deserves to get into trouble, but doesn't deserve to have her ship completely overtaken by some fucking randos in this manner. Alright, I wanted to look at Lord's notes. Recurring complaints regarding low impact conditions. No positive diagnosis to date. Potential hypochondria. Okay. Especially where there's a question of whether the mutineer is a fucking alien doppelganger. Yeah, maybe. We can look at Haru and Dylan as well. Or not Dylan, Hansen. Haru. Investigated for enhanced sensory potential following 3 consecutive wins in youth frame racing championships. Results inconclusive. Further assessment required. Oh, not Dylan. Nut allergy. Dylan D's nuts.
Fucking got him.
Hey, this captain was drunk. Better just go along with the fall of humanity. Yeah. Severe fracture from ulna due to trauma from sudden impact whilst piloting around the armored frame. Automated ossification procedure commenced and completed by 1923. No indication of long-term damage. Diagnosed with complex PTSD. Refusal to attend CBT EMDR sessions. Ongoing treatment, SSRI, 250 milligrams daily. Left shoulder joint internally augmented following injuries sustained. Oh yeah, we see the scar on her arm for that. Generalized anxiety, ongoing treatment SSRI, ongoing counseling. Jeez. Fucking Hansen's got 250 milligrams of SSRI. I don't know what these CBT MDR sessions, I don't know what that stands for. Cassie, patient delivered to the sick bay, sudden onset migraines and loss of consciousness. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Oh, right. Yeah. This just ends up being the next gen episode, Conspiracy. Is that the episode where they have the little brain worms that take over like high command and shit? Little insects that crawl into their mouths. Yeah. Billy's doing his best to pretend. Pretend. I'm not pretending anything. I don't know. Sorry. Ongoing treatment. Standard meals to be substituted for NutriShake powders. 50 gram servings 3 times daily. Eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. Basically, your brain does a lot of reorganizing and processing during REM sleep, and you can force your brain into that mode to unpack trauma. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, I'm not familiar. Very cool. I hate that episode because mostly at the end they directly show you that these mind-controlling bugs are heading for Federation space and they are never heard from again. Yes. Yeah, it's definitely one of the things that makes... Like, DS9 has, like, a great overarching story. It's not, like, just completely episodic. But, like, Next Gen is very episodic, so then they, like, introduce these, like, really big things that could be, like, over, like... ideas that kind of go over the show for a long time, but they just never do, because that's not how the show fucking works. So when they introduce shit like that, it's kind of dumb. Especially when they're not written particularly well, but yeah. Diagnosed with gastric distress linked to synthetic ingredients on board. The standard meals, okay, got it. What's that on the pad? What's on that pad seems like it'd be enough to convince the rest of the crew that Quinn and Bartimeus don't have anything to do with what Lord's been saying. Oh! Oh! Okay, yes. I know what that is. Yeah, sure. It was on a medical pad, so I would have never jumped to that conclusion. Sure. Yeah. It had convinced me, too. Yeah, it's pretty hard to ignore that this totally goes against what she said. Now we just gotta figure out how Rosarium actually died. Yeah. You look towards the frosted glass of the surgery wing if the doctor's body was going to be anywhere to be in there. If nothing in the room could help you prove that Cassie wasn't the murderer, then the doctor's body was your next best bet. You knew what you had to do, as unappealing as it was. Okay. Is there anything else to look at in here, or do? Stand in front of the closed doorway to the surgery wing and tap on the frosted glass. You knew the glass was used the same kind as what's used in the window on the bridge. It would probably be pretty much impenetrable to the conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. You'd not been able to find the doctor's key card. Without it, you wouldn't have much of a chance of getting in, if only. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and wait for it to open. Instead, you're met with a harsh series of digital tones. Insufficient authority. Okay. Figures. Your eyes linger on the terminal for a few seconds as you think about everything you've gone through in the past days involving bypassing these devices or the doors attached to them entirely. You didn't bring up the PST, did you, Chief? Nope, but it wouldn't be much good to us. If you hadn't found Rosarium's card, then we can't get through that door with anyone... If you haven't found Rosarium's card, then we can't get that door open with anyone else's. Only he had the authority. You squeeze your eyes shut and pinch the bridge of your nose. Again. I guess if they've left him in there, they must have taken his card on the way out. One of the ensigns probably has it, or Vanessa. You sigh. No chance of us getting it, then. I didn't say that, Lieutenant. Your eyebrows raise and you turn back towards the mechanic. But how can we get in without... I told you, Lieutenant. The ship does what I say. Nothing on board can get in my way. What, do you think I don't know how to get around every single system or device here? No, Chief, nothing like that. I just thought... Damn straight. Now take a look at this. Chief moves you to one side and lays a gloved hand on either side of the terminal's casing. A swift yank is followed by the loud sound of snapping plastic, and the Chief pulls away the top of the device, including its screen, which is still connected to the inner workings of the long ribbon cable. Get over here, Lieutenant. We don't have all day. Oh, so that's, pipes. We have to play pipes. It's a combination digital physical security unit. JUCF used to manufacture loads of these back in the day. Overproduced them, though, so when someone came up with a better system, there were huge amounts left over. Didn't make sense to waste them, so JUCF's been using them in low-security facilities on ships where they're not expecting any problems. I see. So, can you do something to get the door open? That's going to be your job, Lieutenant. See, this thing works by redirecting power to the door whenever it scans the right clearance on a keycard. You can get the same thing to happen by rotating the nodes, so divert the power to where you need it to be. Easy. Chief, shouldn't you? Wish I could, dog. Chief takes off one of her thick gloves and holds her hand up to you. Aside from the calluses and worn leathery skin on her palm, you also notice the whole hand is shaking. Tremors are small, but it's constant. Oh. Damaged the nerves doing too much work with heavy machinery as a girl. I'm fine with military or industrial grade machinery because it's usually pretty chunky. With stuff like this, I don't have the dexterity for it. So what are you waiting for, Lieutenant? Get on it. Right, of course. All right. Huh. I'm like, this doesn't, unless it loops up and down, which I don't think it does. You hear a click as the locking mechanism disengages and the door slides open. Ha! Yes! There you go, Lieutenant. Easy, right? Yeah, easy. Something like that. As you step back from the terminal, a waft of cold air from the now open doorway hits you and a chill runs up your spine. You pensively eye the entryway, taking a few steps to your right to get a better look inside. Disappointed that those weren't pipes with fluid? Yeah. As you'd expected, you can see the doctor's body lying on an operating table. You shiver again, although this time not for the cold air that was leaching into the climate-controlled warmth of the main sickbay. Everything all right, Lieutenant? Chief appears beside you, her hand on your shoulder. Yeah, it's fine. I was just thinking about what we have to do next. I got you, Lieutenant. Never nice seeing one of the crew like this. Yeah. The temperature just outside the door is almost as cold as the room beyond, and the chill continues to spread as you rub your arms instinctively to warm them. You knew that you'd always planned to get in here to examine this body, but now that it was possible, but we gotta do what we gotta do. It is what it is. It is what it is. You repeat. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get to it. You hesitate for a moment before nodding, which the Chief takes as a sign to enter. As she walks into the room, the Chief becomes a vague silhouette, barely visible behind the frosted glass. With her out of your view, you clench your fist a few times to follow her into the room. You've never been in here before, although you've taken a few opportunities to peek inside when the glass wasn't frosted on the few times that you visited the sick bay. They weren't particularly reassuring to look at from the other side of the glass, but your proximity to the automated surgical assistants made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects which themselves were attached to the room's ceiling by various supports, cables, and tubing. The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned to condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with caught light as you moved around them. Directly underneath all of this was the body of Dr. Seifer Rosarium. You shudder as you approach the corpse. Although you'd encountered the bodies of the crew of the O'Brien, those weren't people that you'd interacted with, spoken with, people that you'd known. Laying here on the table, the lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible. Bet you didn't think so, I command you to. As sedate as he had been when he was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. If the chief was feeling the same way, she wasn't showing it. All right then, Lieutenant, what are you looking for? Well, I guess I should check for injuries. If we can figure out how he died, then that might give us an indication of who the killer was. Well, we were pretty sure that he had his fucking implant yanked out, right? Or at least it can show us that Cassie couldn't have done it. Sure, you're the security officer. Guess that makes you something like a detective, huh? The edges of your mouth involuntarily curl upwards slightly as the chief's question reminds you of how Cassie had reacted to your position when you'd first met. She'd been so excited about her misconception that you were on the ships to solve crimes that you didn't have the heart to tell her otherwise until her fourth electric mail asking you if you'd had any murder cases yet. Still, neither the chief nor Cassie were entirely incorrect. The head security officer was responsible for gathering information and evidence prior to a case being handed over to internal investigations or the military police if something had happened whilst out in space. Kind of, I guess. You'd been given training in assessing a body, but only for particularly surface-level things. Hopefully that'd be enough. Okay, let's see. Starting from his feet and working upwards, you gingerly assess for any signs of broken bones, swelling, dislocation, or wounds, finding nothing. As you move up his body, you still don't find anything except that his cybernetics extended further than you were aware of, with a good portion of his left leg and chest proving to be mechanical. With your assessment continuing to be fruitless, you eventually move to the doctor's head. Sweeping back his hair and checking for bumps or bruises, you notice something strange around his eyepiece. This game is like 3 out of 5, in my opinion, so far anyway. Not bad, not great. Like, it seems like an okay visual novel. I don't know that I would... Like, aside from the art, I don't know that it really stands head and shoulders above other visual novels that I've played. But I'm not like an expert at visual novels or anything. Chief, look at this. What is it? It's subtle, but look. You gesture to the edges of the doctor's prosthetic where the device meets the doctor's skin. Signs of singeing and minor burns run along the edges, with the lens of the eye surrounded by a ring of black. Strange. It looks like the device has been overloaded, but the power cells used in his prosthetics shouldn't produce enough current to shock him, even if the situation where... So you think the doctor may have been shocked then? Yeah, if only there was a way to know that there's a way for people to get shocked in this. Unless they have the budget and talent to write multiple outcomes and paths in a visual novel, it can be tough to craft a path that makes sense for everything. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with the pathing. I think I have more of a problem with the pacing. I think the pacing is too slow, because there's points in the story that are really good, that are like, that feel like things are moving along, but there's a lot of parts here where it like feels unnecessarily like repeating information, and like things that to me seem like they should just like advance naturally are just like kind of unnecessarily kind of verbose. Is kind of like the number one thing. Like this full story itself being kind of unbelievable is fine, I guess. I know it's like kind of inspired by anime space stuff, mostly probably, so. Yeah, I would say the internal dialogue could be tightened up a bit too. But anyway, I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that I think it's okay. I don't think that it's like, wow. But it's not bad. There's nothing wrong with a 3 out of 5. That's just kind of how I feel about it. Looks that way. But it shouldn't be possible. An electroshock. An electric shock. You briefly dwell on the possibilities. Just like on the O'Brien. What do you think could have caused this? Nothing in the other room. There's no obvious damage to anything that would expose any electronics with the power to do this. Can't see anything here that could have been delivered this level of shock. That could have delivered this level of shock. Defib paddles are still in their mounts. No damage to the automated assistance. Had to have been something someone brought in. Like an electroshock weapon. Whoa, Chief. You don't think I did this, do you? I don't know, Lieutenant. Did you? Yeah, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Gundog, did you? I don't know. No, I came in, found the doctor dead, and got attacked just before I could check on Cassie. Why would I kill the doctor? The Chief's hard glare drops the temperature of the room by a few more degrees as she watches you from the other side of the operating table that the doctor had been laid down on. You'd have to be pretty stupid to murder someone, then break out and drag another member of the crew to show them evidence which showed you did it, huh? You breathe a sigh of relief, which turns to a small cloud of vapor in front of you. Yeah, you would. I guess we have our answers there, even if it raises more questions. Now that we figured this out, take a look at his prosthetics. Do you think there's anything we can learn from his prosthetics? Would they keep any information about his condition or anything like that? Rosarium's augments are pretty old, but Chief reaches into one of the pockets of her overalls, pulls out a small screwdriver, much smaller than the one Dylan had snuck into your meal. Wow. Methodically, she begins to assess the doctor's right arm, following the edges of various panels. Eventually, she raises the arm, which yields easily, finding a series of screws in the underside of his mechanical forearm. Each screw is quickly removed and placed neatly into a nearby surgical basin, followed by a panel that the Chief lifts away. Although the Chief is simply disassembling a piece of machinery, you can't help but feel a bit queasy as you watch her work, given the situation you're in. With the air of the surgeon about her, she continues to methodically disassemble the interior of the doctor's arm until she places the screwdriver down and pulls out a small circuit board which remains connected by a series of wires. Her hand was unsteady and shaky because of some kind of a problem earlier, but she's able to be like a surgeon here. Perhaps a little. I mean, it's machinery, so maybe it's fine. She holds the board up and turns it to face you, showing that it has a small screen and a series of buttons on the other side. There's a fucking Game Boy in here. I bet it plays Doom. Should give us a log of the doctor's vitals. But it looks like the whole unit's been deactivated. Hold it for a second. As it's passed over, you can't help but notice the trail of wires and cables heading back to the forearm towards the doctor's elbow joint and wrist, like a series of veins and arteries. You swallow nervously, looking away as the Chief continues to dissect the interior of the mechanical arm. Unnerved by the procedure being carried out next to you, but still having to hold onto this component, you close your eyes and steady your breathing. There. There's a click as she lays a burned-out battery in the surgical basin, and see that a series of wires coming from the doctor's arm are now connected to a freshly-looking battery that sits just at his side. So, Lieutenant, what does it say? Oh, you look at the screen on the device, all you see are 4 flashing numbers separated by a colon. 2129. What is it, a diagnostic code? Ha! No, it's the time. But it's not. You go to look at your wristwatch. The time, the power, and his prosthetic failed, Lieutenant. Ah, right, okay. 2129. If that's when the power in his prosthetic failed, do you think that's when he died? Yeah, probably. These things run on power cells, but it looks like whatever got him took them out too. I came to visit Commander Quinn just after 2130. I came to visit Commander Quinn just after 2130, so whoever killed the doctor must have got him just before I arrived. The doctor's notes showed that he'd sedated her at 21:22. There's no way that she'd be in any kind of shape to take anyone out after that. Now we know when he died. Maybe we can cross-reference it against the ship's logs, see who was there and when, something like that. Not a bad idea, Lieutenant. Thanks, Chief. All right, let's... Hold on. Chief takes a small circuit board off you and returns it to the interior of the doctor's arm, carefully replacing the wiring before reattaching the panel with the screws that she'd removed earlier. Didn't want to leave him in pieces, you know? Doesn't seem right. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's look for clues to his killer's identity. There's nothing useful on the main sickbay. I couldn't find any trace of anyone else being in here but Commander Quinn. If we're lucky, there might be some evidence on the doctor that we can use. I mean, we know the other guy was in here for surgery, and his surgery actually was, I think, on the log, on the data pad, his surgery was done earlier than when he sedated what's-her-face. Maybe. I can't remember, though. Have to look at it again. If we're lucky, there might be some evidence on the doctor we can use. Although your training and handling what could be considered a crime scene or evidence was brief, you hope that the small amount that you've been taught might come in useful. You don't notice any obvious signs of bruising on the doctor to indicate he had been grabbed, and there's no signs of any use of a weapon either. After looking at the fingernails on his left arm and not seeing any signs of skin or blood, you're about to give up when you check his mechanical hand. Chief, look at this. Oops. What is it? You raise the doctor's mechanical arm, twisting it slightly so that you can see the back of his hand. As soon as she notices what you're pointing out, she takes the arm off you. Knuckle joints and tops of fingers both crumpled. Augments military grade. He must have hit something hard for this to happen. What have you found, Chief? Take a look. Gently, the Chief extracts something from the joint between the index finger and the knuckle that passes it to you. You carefully take the small fragment off her and hold it between your thumb and forefinger, bringing it up to your eye. It looks like a small metal chip, maybe a piece of whatever he hit. You pass it back. Maybe, but there's nothing on the ship made using something like this. The Chief pauses, her brow furrowing deeper into its scowl. Except that thing in the hangar. Uh-oh. What? You think this is something to do with that? Chief walks over to the nearby hand-washing station and takes a few sheets from a roll of disposable towels, wrapping the small fragment up before placing it into her pocket. Can't say for sure, but it looks like it. Why the doctor, though? No idea. You pause as you consider this new piece of information. It had given you a fresh perspective to consider, but if anything, it had just created more questions. Well, that's all I can see that looks useful. Now that we found that, we should leave the doctor in peace. He's not got anything left to tell us. Yeah, I'm with you there. Follow the Chief out of the room, stopping by the terminal to reset the components and replace the screen. As you click the screen back into its mounting, the door hisses shut, stemming the flow of cold air from the surgery wing into the sickbay. Just before it closes, you catch one final glimpse of the doctor. All you can think about as he disappears from view is that if you had got here a few minutes earlier, maybe you could have done something. There we go, Lieutenant. Think that's it? Datapad shows that Quinn and Bartomeu were both out of action when the blackout happened. Then we got the information on that pad as well as what we found from the doctor himself. That shows there's no way she could be the killer. Should be pretty good for convincing everyone, right? Yeah. What's up? Figured you'd be excited about the solid alibis we've got for the captain and the commander. I was just thinking that we can show that it wasn't the captain and it wasn't Commander Quinn, but that's when you right-click, that menu pops up, so that's just me not being able to do things proper. But we still got no idea who it was, right? Someone on the ship is responsible for the doctor's murder, and if we don't find out, they'll still be out there. Even if we get Captain Bartomeu back on the bridge, we're all targets, right? We need to figure out who it was. That's a good point, Lieutenant. But how are you going to do it? Well, the datapad got me thinking. The doctor had his logs, right? Not that different from the whole ship. Almost everything is logged. So if we look at the records, we should be able to figure out who it actually was by tracking the crew's movements. Yep. But with Lord on the bridge, she'd have the ensigns on us before we got anywhere near the reports. Wouldn't surprise me if she's got a panic button all set up or something.
Hey, no problem there.
We don't need to go through the bridge. Everything on this ship goes through the central computer. We can get over to engineering and take a look at the records there, easy. Won't the ensigns notice?
Don't worry about it. I've got them kept busy in one of the engine rooms. I'll take a look to make sure the coast's clear, too.
Thanks, Chief.
No problem.
Let's get moving. Following the Chief's lead, you enter the elevator and the doors close behind you as you enter. After a short journey in silence, they slide open again, revealing the central hub.
Follow me, dog. If I see anyone around, I'll make sure to give you a heads up.
You only manage a nod in response before the Chief confidently strides out of the elevator and towards the aft thoroughfare, leaving you to follow her out. Although she makes her way toward the corridor with utmost confidence, you're more furtive, constantly looking over your shoulder and down the other corridors you pass. As you head towards the engineering department, you notice the terminal attached to the entrance in the armory and how it's identical to the one that you'd managed to hack in the sickbay.
Chief, wait!
What's going on, Lieutenant? Well, I think we need weapons. The plan's to convince the rest of the crew and get them behind us before we approach Vanessa and the ensigns. But what if the ensigns don't listen to reason? Vanessa's gone too far to take control. This far to take control. How much further do you think she's willing to go to keep it? Trust me, I don't want it to come to this, but if it does...
I get you, Lieutenant. It makes sense.
The ensigns should still be in the engine room if they got any sense, and if anyone else comes along, I can deal with them. You know what to do. Get going. Thanks, Chief. With the Chief's assurance that you won't be bothered by the ensigns, you get to work removing the top of the terminal's casing, exposing the mechanism within. As you rotate the final node, the electricity is redirected and the door slides open. You quickly slip inside the room, followed by the Chief. As you review the weapons inside the locker, you decide on a submachine gun like the one currently in Hansen's possession. It wasn't much, but it was the most powerful weapon in the armory, and it would put you on a level playing field at the very least. You go to open the locker, but quickly stop.
Something wrong, Lieutenant?
These lockers are set up to alert the bridge whenever they're opened. If I were to just take a weapon, Vanessa would be onto us for sure. There's no way for me to get it out without giving us away.
Makes sense. Can't mess around with the components on these systems either. They're much newer than what's in the terminals. Hang on, dog.
You watch as the Chief steps back, looking up towards the top of the lockers. Pacing from one end of the room to the other, she stops occasionally to look at a conduit or bundle of cables. Eventually, she heads to the left side with a series of lockers and places her hands on the top, effortlessly heaving herself up in one motion. Get ready to grab what you need and shut the door again, understand? You place your hand in the locker's handle, waiting for the Chief to take action. Understood. With a sharp tug, the Chief pulls 3 large cables out of the wall. Now, Lieutenant. You pull open the door and fumble in the darkness, eventually grabbing one of the guns and a few magazines. You place them down beside you and slam the door shut. It's closed, Chief.
Got you.
With a huff, the Chief drops back to the floor. You look up and past her to see that the cables have been inserted back into the wall. Just had to disrupt the circuit the room's on. Might show us a blip up on the bridge, so let's get going before anyone comes to investigate. Thanks, Chief. You gather up your weapons and ammunition and leave the room. You got a submachine gun. We did it. Now outside, you can take a few seconds to reset the components and replace the casing on the terminal, causing the door to slide shut. You follow the Chief down the remainder of the thoroughfare and arrive at the engineering department. She pauses for a moment, looks around, and then with the same self-assuredness continues her way towards the central computer. Follow her along a series of catwalks that lead you there, keeping a constant watch towards the engine rooms in case one of the ensigns were to emerge. Fortunately, your journey is uneventful and you arrive at the door. So what's the plan to get in, Lieutenant? Nothing too complicated, Chief. You pull Cassie's keycard out of your pocket and present it to the engineer, who takes note of the name on the card. Not bad. Where'd you get that? During the blackout. Lord never took it off me, and you slide the card through the reader and the terminal door hisses open. It looks like they've got the Lieutenant Commander locked up. They never thought to deactivate her access.
Rookie error for Lord, but it works for us. Let's get inside, Lieutenant.
You follow the Chief's instructions and duck inside the small room with her behind you. As you enter the room that houses the central computer, you know that you're going to have problems. The room was small, barely larger than a small cupboard, And there was just about room for one person to operate the computer, let alone... Hey, Lieutenant, move over, would you? I gotta... Oh, that was the Chief. As the Chief muscles her way into the room, you're immediately pushed up against the keyboard and monitor. Oh, God. We're in a small room with the Chief. What are we gonna do? I don't know. This is so uncomfortable. As she continues to force her considerable heft inside, it's all you can do to squirm your way towards one of the corners and avoid being crushed. Think they'd make these bigger, wouldn't you, dog? A small is about all you can manage as you continue to adjust yourself to try to find a position that you can actually breathe in. It's so tight. I can't breathe. There's just not enough space. Right. So how do you figure we're going to find out who got to the doctor, Lieutenant? Well, you take a breath as the Chief shifts around. If we look up who went to the sickbay immediately before me, that should give us our answer. Gotcha. Let me just... As if carefully plucking parts out of a toolkit, the Chief's typing out slow but methodically. With both hands raised over the keyboard, she scans the letters and strikes the one that she's after, beginning the whole process again for each following character. It takes a while, but eventually a window appears in the long list of names, dates, and times. 23rd of April, PC 214-2130. We've got Lieutenant Gun Dog, but before that, we've got Chief pauses, making you shift and wriggle to get a better view of the screen. No information. Sickbay 2129. What does that even mean? How can there be no information? Hang on a second, The Chief's voice trails off as she resumes her same methodical process of hunting for the keys that she needs, slowly processing by typing with just 2 fingers. As a different selection of logs, lists, and files appears on screen, you hear the Chief mutter to herself. Not that there's no info, it's a log, just with no user data. Shouldn't be possible. Whether it's a keycard or biodata, Bartomuse has to authorize every crew profile. The system shouldn't allow any dummies. Chief, hey, what is it? Silently, the Chief places the tip of her finger on the screen, pointing to a set of entries. No information, sickbay 2129, just before I got there. You carry on working your way down the list. No information, crew quarters 52102. That's Cassie's cabin. No information, central computer 2021. No information. Engine room 1933. No information, mess hall 1910. No information, hangar 1850. That was just after you and Hansen crashed that Juno right into the hangar, bringing that machine with you. You both stand in silence as the information remains on the screen, flickering ever so slightly as the brilliant green stands out in the dark black of the screen. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get going. Without warning, the Chief steps back and out of the room, grabbing you by the arm and dragging you with her. Chief, hang on! You struggle against the Chief's iron grip as she pulls you out of the small room and along the catwalk which leads back toward the engineering department's exit. Chief, wait! We can't just... Despite her gloved hand encircling your entire forearm, you manage to wrestle yourself free, taking a few steps backward as she turns to grab you again. Get over here, dog. We've got to tell Lord what's going on. I know it's bad, Chief, but we can't just... Damn right it's bad. I don't care what's going on with you and her right now. Something's got to be done, and it's got to be done. Chief, think about that for a few seconds. If you go up to the bridge and tell Vanessa that she's wrong, how do you think she's going to react? If she's made herself the captain, she can act like the damn captain and get the ship swept for intruders. Quit messing around and... Do you think Vanessa will really do that, Chief? How do you think she'll react when you tell her that you figured out that there's an intruder on the ship that's responsible for everything she's blaming on me, the captain, and Cassie? Do you think she'll admit her mistake? She'll be the one up for execution as a mutineer if that happens. Best case scenario, she ignores you. Worst case... I get it, Lieutenant. If we can't go to Lord, then we can... Chief pauses, and you see the frustration continue to burn in her eyes, till after a moment, she drops her shoulders and exhales, releasing her pent-up tension. We wouldn't be able to take direct action, but then we could set up an alert if the dummy ID is detected. The risk is that we'd need to stay by the terminal feeding back the report, so if... Unless... Chief, hey! The plan's not changed, Chief. We can't go to Vanessa, but if we go to the rest of the crew, we can convince them of what's really happened. Once we've done that, we can get her out of the way, get the captain back in command, and deal with whatever's actually happening on the ship properly. But we need to figure out what that actually is before anything else. If we knew their aim, we'll also be in a better position to deal with what's happening, so then we could... You breathe a sigh of relief as the chief begins to mutter to herself, her eyes darting forward and backward as she quickly gets absorbed into the specifics of how the situation could be handled. Take advantage of her distraction to pause and center yourself. You found that a lot of what had happened, but so much of it was disparate information. You need to bring it all together to figure out what was really going on. You could tell by the intense look of focus on her face that the chief was already focusing on planning how to handle the intruder once you've got the crew on your side. Her instinct for problem solving would be crucial in getting to the bottom of this whole thing. Chief! Huh, Lieutenant? We can start on the plan to deal with whoever's responsible once we're figured out who that is and what they're doing. But where do we start with that? How do we get all this figured out?
Lord's first big claim was that Quinn killed Rosarium. Although I don't know why he'd be a target, it's not like he...
What about that being her first big claim? What about that being her first big claim, Chief?
Right. We need to convince everyone that Quinn didn't kill the doctor. That's what's got everyone spooked. Definitely makes you and her look like the bad guys. If we can prove that she didn't do it...
Right, so what do we do now that we... What do we know that proves Cassie didn't do it? The condition that she was in. She'd have been completely knocked out when the murder happened. I arrived minutes after when this tablet shows that she was sedated. The dosage, the timing, it's all there. She couldn't possibly have killed him. She was unconscious at the time it happened.
That'd make sense. The sedatives they use for onboard care are pretty fast-acting. If Rosarium gave them to Quinn, she'd be out like a light. We've got his logs, timestamped too. Hell, Rumney and I had to carry her to her quarters. Girl was dead to the world.
Not bad, Lieutenant. I think you're onto something. Thanks, Chief. Makes sense to me. If Quinn's knocked out, there's no way she can kill anyone. Exactly. Now that we've got that figured out, we can... But... Your stomach drops. You thought for a moment that you dealt with Vanessa's accusations towards Cassie, but the hesitant look on the Chief's face says otherwise. What is it, Chief?
Lord's not going to let it be that easy. Quinn was sedated, sure, but those meds take a few minutes to be effective.
What are you saying, Chief?
We're going to need to stay a few steps ahead of Lord, Lieutenant. Get in her head. Think of how she'll argue back and then deal with that. If you tell her Quinn was sedated when Rosarium died, she'll just come straight back with something like, "How do you know she didn't kill him before the sedatives took effect?"
You're right, she would. Those drugs act quickly, though. Cassie wouldn't have been awake for long.
Does it matter? If Lord sees an opening, she'll go for it.
So we need to prove that she didn't kill him before she fell unconscious, right? Well, she couldn't have because... The cause of death... I mean, there is a sign of struggle. There's a bunch of broken shit in there. There's no way she could have killed him. If you're gonna need more than that, dog. The cause of death, think about it. Whatever killed him also deactivated his prosthetics and left signs of singeing along where his body met the metal. That could have only been done by a source of high-power electricity, something like an electroshock weapon. I didn't find one in there, and no one mentioned finding one either. So unless she got sedated, drew a previously hidden electroshock weapon, managed to hide it again, it's a ridiculous scenario.
Yeah, that's right. I don't remember seeing one when I arrived. You didn't find one. But what if Lord does her own investigation, finds an electroshock weapon in there?
She wouldn't. I searched that room from top to bottom. Not really.
Yeah, but what if she did? Might not have been there when you looked, but she could still find one.
That's ridiculous. She'd be planting evidence. No one would do that. Nobody.
You think that rat wouldn't? Lord's not playing fair, Lieutenant, so we need this bolted down. How do we know Quinn didn't hide an electroshock weapon?
That would be a crime. The captain would have known because of the logs.
The captain can vouch that she didn't have one. The captain? Yeah, that's right. The captain's responsible for granting access to the armory. If she didn't give Cassie access, then she couldn't have gotten one. It's a good point, Lieutenant. But how do we prove it? I mean, it's standard procedure. Like I mentioned, only security. Nothing about what's going on is standard procedure, dog. All right, we just need to confirm with the captain. The captain that Lords got locked up because she said she's a traitor? Maybe not. We're going to need something more substantial than that, something we can back up. Come on, Lieutenant, how can we prove? Like, the doctor wouldn't have seen it doesn't make any goddamn sense. You have her keycard anyway. Yeah, I guess her keycard doesn't access the armory, that's why we had to hack in. Is that accurate? I don't know. She couldn't have had an electroshock weapon in the first place. You sound pretty confident there, dog. You sure? Absolutely. She couldn't have had one because you can't get into the armory. Only members of security have access to the armory, and it's the captain that grants authority and crew members to access it. If the captain never granted her access, she wouldn't be able to get into that one. That's a big if. Well, I can prove it easy enough. Running this through the terminal outside the armory will show you that she couldn't get in. It's the same reason I didn't ask for your card just now. It wouldn't have worked. So if she never had access, she couldn't have gotten her hands on one, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Even without the card, the weapons that have been taken will show the ship's logs. If you're right on the only electroshock weapon down is taken should be yours. If you're right, the only electroshock weapon down is taken should be yours. That's got to be enough to prove Cassie didn't do it, right? Seems pretty airtight to me, dog. Quinn wouldn't have been unconscious because of the meds. Quinn would have been unconscious because of the meds, and even if she wasn't, the way Rosarium died doesn't make any sense because she can't get into the armory. Gonna be hard for anyone to argue with that. Great. So that's Quinn. What about Bartomeu, though? The captain? You're hit with the realization that you'd been so focused on proving Cassie's innocence that you'd completely forgotten that Vanessa had leveled with other allegations against the captain. That's right. Lord accused her of being unavailable on purpose during the blackout, didn't she? Quinn, too. Ugh. Yeah, you're right. I bet even if we convince everyone that Cassie's innocent of killing the doctor, then Lord will just focus on the sabotage. It's not like she'd let the truth get in her way so far. Dog is his last name, continually makes us feel like a 2000s commercial. Yeah. You're the security chief man now, dog. Woo, boy. All right. We are reading. It was really funny. By the way, it was really funny watching Aurum play Blightstone yesterday, and then he gets to that monster that says y'all. I have completely poisoned Aurum's mind with this character. It's really funny. I ask this with love, Billy. Does this game end? I don't know. I didn't make it. You're asking the wrong guy. Hey. Hey, buck up, dog. We've got the stuff with Quinn and Rosarium figured out. All we gotta do is deal with this, and then we can show everyone Lord's nothing but a liar. So don't start moping now. You're right. We need to convince everyone that the captain and Cassie didn't have anything to do with the sabotage and that they weren't dodging their duties. Duties. But what do we know about them that we can use? What proves that Cassie and the captain weren't responsible for sabotage? They'd have died too. They were both unwell. Medically provably unwell. Vanessa's argument is that they're both traitors through inactivity, right? That it was a choice? Basically, yeah. But using the doctor's datapad, we can see that both of them were unwell at the time the blackout happened. There was no choice about it. The doctor made note of what happened to the captain as well as all the scans and treatments that he gave Cassie. He wouldn't have gone with that unless he found a cause too. That proves there was a genuine medical need. The doctor may have had his quirks, but I don't think the crew would believe he was incompetent or a liar. Yeah, Rosarium wouldn't have done all those scans on Quinn unless she'd found something wrong. The captain, too. He noted a condition and a treatment plan. I think you've got it, Lieutenant. That's it, then. That's the captain and Cassie both in the clear. It took a while, but we got there. Hell, this had convinced me. But, something bothering you? Even though we've got that figured out, it leaves us with needing to find out who's actually responsible. If you can't show the real culprit was, then Vanessa will just worm her way out of it. Say that the captain and Cassie are still the most likely culprits. That's a good point. So then, you got any ideas who it was? Vanessa, Hansen? I mean, it's probably someone else. It could have made, theoretically, it could have been Hansen, but I'm going to say someone else. I don't think it was anyone from the crew. No? If you think about it, when the blackout happened, no one was in any position to take advantage of it. We were all totally taken by surprise. It didn't seem like something that happened from within the ship either. You'd have figured out what caused it otherwise. Yeah, I reviewed the diagnostics, and although there were some fluctuations in the main grid that was... Plus the same thing happened on the O'Brien. It wasn't just the power going off that affected the O'Brien either. Their doctor was also killed. What? Yeah, the doctor on board the O'Brien, I found her dead. Not like how Dr. Rosarium died, it looked more like she was killed with physical force. But the sickbay was all smashed up, that was the same. Then we know that no one else except myself had the means to kill the doctor in the way that you can see that he died. But even then, the entry logs for the sickbay show that the bioscanner didn't pick up anyone from the crew going in. Just this no information. And we know when they first showed up. So you're saying that whoever was on board that thing when it arrived has done all this? It's the only way it all makes sense. Maybe they tried to take out both the O'Brien and us, but we were able to get the ship back online. Now they're trying a different approach. I thought with all that much compound covering it, there'd be no way any pilot could get out. The machine didn't have any hatches, no surface details to indicate an access point, nothing on the exposed parts. You might be right, Lieutenant. No one on board has got the skills needed to pull this off, even if they wanted to. Why'd they do it, though? That laser or whatever the machine has could have torn the Gundog to pieces. If it's an emergency pilot, or rather, fuck. If it's an enemy pilot, why would they do all this? What are they getting out of all this? I don't fucking know, dude. They're pirates. They're spy. They're after Cassie. Yeah, like, after Cassie seems like really paranoid. I guess I'll say spy. Could it be a spy? Spy, huh? Yeah, someone from a Solar Federation trying to use their state-of-the-art technology to find out what's going on in the JCF, maybe to infiltrate ships to steal information. But we caught them, and now their whole plan is gone up in smoke, so they're trying to get rid of us. You ever been on a ship where they found a spy, Lieutenant? No, but I have, back when I was on the Albus. Quiet guy, worked alongside me, maintaining one of the first batches of the new Model Junos. The manufacturers sent him to help us out. Spent months working with him, then one day the MPs come down to the hangar and take him away. Turns out he'd been using the Albus's connection to make the JCF network to feed the information to the Terrans. Everything he did was on the down low. He only got found out because someone in data admin noticed the access dates and the information didn't line up with the scheduled reviews. Point is that spies don't just go about blowing up ships before they've got what they want. They just move in, keep quiet. If the spy is good, you never find out they were there at all. Spy wouldn't do something like lure us out here just to get on board so they could kill the crew. Alright, maybe not a spy. What if it's still something secret, though, like a weapons test? Like the Terrans don't have enough ships to test new weapon machines out on? Oops. Alright, if they're not a spy, then maybe they're... These are all dumb. What if it's pirates? You think it's space pirates? Right. So they got a lot more common after the war due to all the salvageable ships and armored frames lost out there. Maybe that craft is some, pirate creation. That's why it doesn't seem to work properly, and why their pilot isn't following standard procedure when it comes to contact or surrender. Taking 2 Swift-class ships undamaged, that'd be a huge win for any pirate. But their plan's gone wrong, and now they're panicking. The doctor could have been a victim of them stealing medication or something. There's no chance, Lieutenant. Chief? I'm going to give you my professional opinion as an engineer on this one. There's absolutely no way any pirates out there, big organization or not, could do something like that. Or build something like that. The weaponry, the way it moves. I've never seen any of that stuff before, and I've got some pretty good friends working in R&D still. JCF's nowhere near this level. Pirates can never build something like this. Totally impossible. Are you sure, Chief? Could they have stolen the prototype, or totally? Okay, impossible. Right, understood. So if it wasn't pirates, maybe they're after Cassie. This seems like so stupid. Right, this may sound crazy, Chief. All right, now you still listen, okay? This may sound crazy, Chief. Hear me out.
Yeah. They came out of the ship, yeah. Out here. Coming after my Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship belt, yeah. Undisputed. Ain't no way, yeah.
Whoever this is, I think they're after Cassie. After Quinn, huh? I'm gonna need some explanation on that one. Well, there's a couple of things. I might be wrong, but I think it's because this is so stupid. Why else would they do all this? I just have a feeling she has a connection to them. What? You take a deep breath in, you still weren't totally sure, but with everything you've noticed, all the odd happenings that you picked up on, it felt like the only explanation. Okay, you still couldn't quite form a full picture of what was going on in your head, but you knew you were close to figuring it out. You knew that what you'd seen was important. There have been things happening that haven't made sense on their own. They didn't seem like anything to worry about, but now that they were here, they do. When I reactivated the Gundog's computer, I could hear the same signal that came over the bridge's comms just before the whole ship shut down and Cassie collapsed. The whole thing went haywire. Everyone's crew's reports were flashing up on the screen, but the only one that stayed was hers. That's true. Then the whole thing shut down. At the time, I thought the computer had been damaged by the sudden loss of power, but now I have to wonder, what if the signal was coming from that machine when it was on the O'Brien? Why would it focus on Cassie's file? She blacked out when she heard that signal too. She was the only crew member who seemed to be affected by it. It's her. Things keep happening to her. After Quinn, huh? Cassie's a robot? No way! It just keeps writing, it does. It does. Cassie's the cream of the crop.
Yeah, cream of the crop,
Come to think of it, she did pop up. Yeah, I said that. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it definitely having the Chief on screen most of the time is helping a lot. Cassie's Miss Elizabeth? Yeah. Wasn't her voice on the radio for a moment too during the blackout, like a recording of her voice? I don't remember. Very possibly. I can't explain what you've seen, Lieutenant. The central computer shouldn't display any files on a fresh boot. Any previous session would have been lost when the power went off. Some of what you're saying, yeah. It does kind of look that way. Quinn's just a lieutenant commander, though. What makes you think someone would be after her? Well, she's important to them. She was left alive. There's something special about her. There's something special. There's just... You know what you're trying to get at, the point that can prove your theory, the piece of understanding that will let you see it all clearly. You can feel the concepts in your head begin to crystallize into something substantial, but you're still moments away from being able to comprehend everything that's going on. There's something special about her. I know there is. Something special that the edges of the chief's mouth twitch, beginning to draw back into a disapproving sneer. You know you need to do better to explain what you mean if you want her to believe you. I know she's special because of how they left her alive. How they left her alive? That's right, in the sickbay. They didn't harm her. When I got there, the doctor was already dead. I didn't see anyone head down to sickbay before I did, so they must have gone down there at least a few minutes ahead of me. They would have had plenty of time to kill her as well. But they didn't. They left her alive. This is not a great explanation. You survived your encounter too, Lieutenant. Don't you think that maybe killing the doctor was an accident? But that's only because Hansen raised the alarm after he noticed them attack me. I was lucky that blow didn't kill me. It easily could have been if Hansen... It easily could have, and if Hansen hadn't pulled the alarm, they'd have been able to finish me off just like the doctor. So they killed the doctor, they attacked me. Why was Cassie left unharmed? Why did they attack Hansen? I guess he was in the locked room. I don't know. They wouldn't have left her alone unless they wanted her for something, right? I don't know, dude. I don't know, dog. The chief goes quiet as a pensive look crosses her face. Her eyes look downward before they start darting back and forth, a telltale sign that she's deep in thought. This time, though, there's none of her usual mumbling. Instead, she's completely silent, although you notice her lip twitch ever so slightly. You trusted the chief. That was why you'd gone to her to help you through this. If you couldn't convince her about what you were thinking, at the least give her enough reason to have faith in you, there was no way you'd be able to get the rest of the crew on your side. She seemed to think that you were right about the doctor's death and the sabotage, but could you convince her that Cassie was at the heart of this? There could be a lot of reasons why they didn't kill her. Dog. That was unconscious. That she was unconscious, so it wasn't a witness? You really think that this is all what it all comes down to? Yes, I am. How can you be sure? You don't think it's just a big coincidence or something? How's it all tied together? I don't think so, Chief. After all... But it's Pepe Sylvia, dog. Oh, man. They could have destroyed the Gundog. What about the fact that the Gundog is still in one piece? That craft, whatever it is, it ripped through the O'Brien like it was nothing and then made it all the way to the Gundog. Why didn't it just destroy the ship then and there? Hansen and I saw how powerful its beam weapon is. It sliced through the O'Brien's armor with ease. If we'd been caught by the beam in our Juno, then we'd have been vaporized in a second. Why didn't it destroy the ship when it had every chance to? Lurk away, Eternal. I'm telling you, he's Worf, and everyone else is just the crew telling him no all the time because he's a moron. Why did it go to the dead end? Why did it go dead at the exact moment it did? When we'd fly it right into our hangar? Why is the ship still online when that thing could knock it offline with a single signal? Why did all this happen, and why does everything keep coming back to Cassie? This is some crazy shit that doesn't... It's a lot. The chief stands silently in front of you, imposing and quiet. There was a passion and fury in her amber eyes, something in her look that made you feel like you were being disassembled, like a machine being examined for faults. I feel like a machine being examined for faults. Had you gone too far in pushing your point? Was this the wrong direction to take? Had you missed something? I get it, Chief. I know it all sounds nuts, but with everything I've seen, it's really... You're on to something, Lieutenant. What? No, we're not! This is bananas! Chief, you think so? Gotta say, what you're putting forward, it tracks with everything that's happened. The timeline, what we've seen. Oh, no. No, with all that in mind, it seems like Quinn's definitely got herself caught up in something. Of course, if that's what's going on, then they're not going to stop now. Now that they're so close, probably going to try something else. No time for messing around anymore, dog. We need to get the crew together. Screwlord's games. Thanks, Chief. I'm glad you heard me out. I know it's a big risk, but hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've done good. Now, if we... Is that... Without thinking, you sprint away from the Chief and towards the entrance of the aft thoroughfare. Hey, get back here! Despite the Chief's call, you continue towards the sound of gunfire that tears through the air. As a security officer, you knew this was your duty, but beyond that, you had a terrible feeling. What if you'd realized everything too late? You dash out of engineering and down the length of the corridor, the sound of gunfire reverberating through the long hallway. A piercing staccato is beaten out in the distance, and you drop to the floor as bullets punch through the space around you. You scramble back to your feet, bolting towards the central hub as a flurry of shots answer the volley you'd narrowly evaded. Another burst of gunfire cracks through the air just after you dive out of the thoroughfare, the clatter of bullets striking the wall behind you. More shots fly past as you scrabble along the floor, finally finding safety by pressing yourself up against the wall adjacent to the Forsyth Thoroughfare's entrance.
Dog, what the hell are you doing here?
The two ensigns crouch on either side of the entryway. Hanson looks at you in confusion as Haru leans against the corner, firing off another burst.
Does it matter? What's going on? What does it look like? Damn it!
Haru quickly ducks behind the corner just as another salvo pierces the space they'd stood in. Hanson responded in kind before returning to cover.
Who is it? Friend of Quinn's, looks like. What?
You lean around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of the attacker as Haru takes the opportunity to fire back.
Who?
Oh my god. It's Robo.
Wait!
It's Robo Cassie. What? No way. Oh my god. Almost out of sight, slouched against the wall, leaning to the crew quarters corridor, is an unconscious Cassie. Oh. Oh, this isn't... Okay.
Cassie!
Both of you, hold your fire. You might hit Cassie.
We'll stop shooting when they do, Lieutenant.
Ah! As the lethal back and forth continues, the central hub fills with a stink of gunfire and hot metal. Stinky gunfire. You'd been right. Someone was after Cassie, but you'd realized it too late. What would you do now? If you let this carry on, it won't be long until Cassie was caught by a stray bullet. We can wake her up with the chocolate bar. You draw the gun that you'd stuffed inside your jacket and flick the safety off. Making sure to aim high so as to not hit Cassie, you pivot around the corner. You see your opportunity, and you fire. You'd watch your shots impact on the attacker, running up her suit and striking her helmet, but she remains standing, totally unfazed. You begin to squeeze the trigger again when... What? Cassie? But how? And we're dead. You pivot back around the corner just in time to avoid a slew of shots.
What? What is that?
Quinn? It can't be!
Whatever.
Shifting his weight, Hanson prepares to fire another around the corner unperturbed by his latest development.
No! Huh?
You dive into Hanson, forcing his gun upwards, a trail of bullet holes marking the ceiling.
Don't shoot! Get off me!
Cruz, they're moving! As Hanson shoves you off, you watch Cassie throw Cassie over her shoulder and disappear through the hangar entrance. Hey, stop! You sprint up and sprint after the two of them, following through the open doors. You barge past the ensigns and leap down each set of stairs. As soon as the gravity begins to lessen, you vault a railing and drop down into the bottom.
Stop right there!
You yell as you burst into the hangar, gun drawn. Stood in front of the huge mass of machines and foam, staring back at you, is Cassie. Is what looks like Cassie. Despite her appearance, there's no recognition of you in her eyes. The usual joy that permeates her entire being is absent. The thing stood in front of you as a facade, nothing more. Who are you? What do you want? You glance to her side and see Cassie, your Cassie, slumped beside the silent imitator. Cassie! I'm wearing the same outfit. I knew it, Dolphin. You raise your gun and level it at the duplicate, but your hands are shaking too much as you stare down the sights of the to face your beloved. Just give her back and I won't shoot! Friggin' beep boop, man. Beep boop. A slight movement catches your eye, and you look past your target at the entombed craft behind her. Oh, fuck. Fragments of foam cut through the air around you as the machine's prison is vaporized in an instant. You're thrown back by the impact of its leg on the catwalk, only saving yourself from slamming into the hangar's rear wall by grabbing onto another nearby railing. Wait! Before you can recover, they grab Cassie, slip a mask over her face, and throw her over her shoulder before retreating into the machine's leg. Within seconds, the pair disappear inside of a hatch atop the craft that closes as soon as they're through. You spring forward, kicking off the wall behind you when you feel a sudden rush all around you, drawing you forward. You grab onto the catwalk's railing just in time. The hangar door is opening. And everybody died. You brace yourself against the air, whipping past you, doing your best to not get dragged along with it into space. Is that us? Is that what we look like? Right. Have we seen ourselves before? I don't remember. I don't think so. On a picture, I think? Oh, maybe. Maybe on our ID or some shit. Dog, what the hell's going on? You hear Hansen yell over the rush of oxygen and glance back to see him and Haru hanging in the hangar's entryway. I've just opened up this door into the vacuum of space, allowing the entire ship to lose pressurization. What's going on in here? Get back here! This whole place is depressurizing. They've taken Cassie. We've got to get her out there. You shout back, the torrent of air continuing to rush out of the hangar, snatching the words from your mouth as soon as you can say them. What are you talking about? Get over here! You feel the machine's steps reverberate around you as it stomps its way out of the hangar. Its engines ignite, and a searing blast of heat hits your back as it soars away from the gun dog. Give it up, dog! She's gone! Get back here! Cassie had been taken. Whatever that machine was, whoever its pilot was, she was with them now, hurtling away from the ship. Hansen and Haru remained clinging to the doorway, gesturing for you to get out of there. Even if you could convince them to help Cassie, would Vanessa let them go in their armored frames? Maybe she was already ordering Dylan to fire on the craft. It's up to me. I must. Save Cassie! I must save her! I can't just let her go. She needs me. But I'll have to get inside the mech. I need to... Wait, what? I need to save her. It's up to me. But... Oh. To save her, I'd have to... Yeah. Get... This fucking... Yeah, I know you're traumatized, dude. Just get in there. I have to save her. She needs me.
I don't care! Get in that fucking mech! We're having a flashback, if you don't understand what's going on. Yeah, we're working through our PTSD right now. This is it. I'm gonna save Cassie. Do it. I'm gonna save Cassie. You turn and bring your right leg up over the railing. Dog, don't! The ensign lunges out to grab you, but he's too late. You throw yourself into the void of the hangar and are snatched away by the vacuum. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, okay. You just about manage to grab onto the Juno as you fly past it, your arm nearly wrenched from its socket by the Force. How fucking absolutely hilarious would it be where we tried to do this and we just fucking gone. Ah, we're dead. Game over. It'd be like playing a fucking King's Quest game. Fucking love King's Quest. You could really screw yourself over in King's Quest games. I don't know how we've never bonded over this. I haven't played a whole lot of King's Quest games, but I just remember never being able to complete one ever. Because I would always, like, do the wrong thing and get myself killed, or, like, not understand how to interact with whatever. King's Quest 7 is when they finally stopped fucking with soft locks. Oh, okay. I played several of them and never gotten very far. Yeah. Despite the pain, you hang on and pull your way towards the access panel by the cockpit, fighting against the rush of air that continues to buffet not to buffet. To buffet. Buffet. Not buffet. The rush of air that continues to buffet against you as you input the series of commands to open the hatch. It could be a buffet. It's a buffet of air. As soon as it's open, you clamber inside and grab the emergency oxygen mask, sealing it over your face as you activate the armored frame. Is that the Mega Man fucking death noise that just played? Hitting the combination of switches and buttons required to start the machine, you feel a dull rumble followed by a swell in vibrations as the systems throughout the cockpit are illuminated one by one. You grip the flight sticks and squeeze, breathing deeply and slowly. You can do this. As you push down on the pedals, the Juno walks forward and you direct it to grab the machine gun from a nearby rack of weapons before turning to face the open hangar door. You peer at the main monitor, trying to locate the enemy craft amongst the stars, but you're distracted as a window opens on the screen on your left and a shrill voice yells at you from the monitor speakers. You! In the Juno! I haven't given anyone permission to launch! What? Lieutenant Dog, what are you doing in there? You're supposed to be locked in your quarters. Get back up here now! Sorry, Lord. I'm going after Cassie. You're what? You're not leaving this ship. You traitor. Get out there and get to your quarters now. If you don't, I'll... You press a single button on the screen, cutting off Vanessa's transmission. You couldn't care less about what she said or how she threatened you. You were done worrying. Later, bitch. Everything you did now, you did for you. For Cassie. This is Lieutenant Gun Dog. Kaliki 5. Launching! You
You slam both flight sticks forward, just as you'd watched Hansen do during his duel against the machine, sending the Juno tearing through space towards where you'd last seen the kidnapper's craft heading. There you are. You force the controls as far forward as they will go, demanding every last ounce of thrust available from the engines. The cockpit begins to judder around you, but you won't let up. As the gap between your armored frame and the machine closes, it quickly comes within visual range, and you notice it remaining still, almost like it had been suspended in space. In front of it, you see a strange shifting distortion, as though the space ahead of it had been torn open. Oh my god, it's a wormhole. There's John Crichton's in there. Hey, don't go in there. You're not going anywhere. With a twist of the flight sticks, Juno banks right, and you bring yourself around to a wide arc, building up speed until... Get out of here! Give her back! Your head is still ringing from the impact, and you taste blood in your mouth, but you manage to regain control of your armored frame, raising its machine gun towards the enemy. Now! You're not able to get a shot off before the craft blasts away into space. Gritting your teeth, determined to not let it escape, you thrust the flight sticks forward again, and you're forced back against the seat as the Juno hurtles after the target. You can hear the engines begin to whine, and the main monitor is full of warnings and alerts. You keep the controls where they are, not wanting to give the enemy a moment of reprieve. Slowly you gain on the strange craft, and as soon as you're within range, you squeeze the trigger on the right stick, holding it down to empty the gun's magazine. Each round slams into the enemy, the sustained series of impacts throwing it into a spin. There's more where that came from, you threaten, beginning the process to reload your gun. With a grim grin, you focus the targeting reticle, lining up your next volley. Wait. In an instant, the enemy turns, its snout-like protrusion already glowing brightly with the telltale bolts of energy emanating from the light within its weapon. It's all you can do to draw the controls back and slam your feet on the pedals, trying to halt the Juno before it's caught in the deadly beam. Gah! Ah, fuck! I was using that! Through luck more than skill, you manage to prevent the blast of energy from cleaving your Juno clean in half, but now alarms fill the cockpit as your warnings clutter with your monitors as you realize the armored frame's left arm has been sheared off. You struggle with the controls as your off-balance machine careens through space, its fine calibrations now thrown off by the loss of the limb. You manage to reorient yourself only to see the enemy's cannon pulsing with energy as it prepares another devastating shot. Is this where What's-His-Face shows up? No! Damn it! Yeah!
Hey, surprised you last this long, dog. Not a bad effort for your first flight. Gonna catch hell from the chief for losing that arm, though.
Hansen, what are you doing out here?
Saving your dumb ass. What does it look like? Why the hell did you chase this thing out here?
I told you, it's taking Cassie.
You're such a sap, Lieutenant. Hansen, you son of a bitch. But you've got guts. Never thought I'd see the day when you stood up for yourself. You want to rescue Quinn? Get moving. I'll keep it here.
Right! Ugh! Punch it right in the dick! Grab its dick and twist it! Hansen's totally in love with Gundog, obviously. As soon as Hansen disappears from your monitor, his Juno's behind the enemy, grappling it. You waste no time in following him, struggling against the controls. Your ability to maneuver is limited, but you thrust over to the craft, digging your frame's remaining hand into the gap between its armor. The actuators of the Juno's shoulders screech in protest as the enemy struggles against you, but you continue, not willing to stop now. Oh my god! Now kiss with masks on. Cassie! Guyan! You pull Cassie into the Juno's cockpit, closing the hatch behind her. As you float together in the enclosed space, arms wrapped around each other, you savor the moment. Now's not the time! You still have a giant deadly mech outside! Just saying! But with a sigh, you release her, taking both her hands in yours. Cassie, are you alright? I think so. You can tell from the look in her eyes that she's still a bit dazed, but otherwise you can't see anything that worries you. Come on! I'm taking us back to the gun dog. You push off the cockpit ceiling and land in the pilot's seat, bringing her down with you. After the two of you are sat down, you strap yourself back in and take a firm grip of the flight sticks. Hold on tight. We'll be there in no time. What about the fucking alien, though? You gently push forward on the controls, easing Juno's engines back into life. Cassie wraps her arms around you, nuzzling as far into your neck as she can, given that you're both still wearing emergency masks. You breathe a sigh of relief. The gun dog grows larger on your screen as you slowly fly towards it. The enemy machine has been taken out. Cassie's back with you. Everything's all right again. There might still be things to deal with when you get back to the ship, but at least Cassie's safe beside you. You let out another deep breath, unsure whether you want to laugh or cry. What about the alien ship, bro? Hansen's still out there? Hey! Hey! Hey, what the fuck, bro? He's like holding on to it. Instead, you relax, loosening your grip on the twin sticks and gently resting your head on Cassie's, bringing your right hand up, slowly stroking her hair. Your armored frame continues its slow flight towards the ship. The only noise in the cockpit is the dull hum of the engine's vibrations, both of you breathing softly. Gun! You sit up slightly and look down at Cassie, who's still burying her face in the crook of your neck. She spoke so softly you weren't even sure that she'd actually said anything until she begins to speak again. What's going on, Gun? I remember getting taken to my quarters, then there was this woman, gunshots. Now I'm here. I think she wanted to take me somewhere. I could feel what she wanted. It was going to be somewhere really far away, from you, from everyone. You continue to gently stroke her hair, your fingers working through the strands to run gently down her neck and back. What happened? You're silent for a few moments, but eventually you take your free arm and bring it around to her shoulders, drawing her in tighter. I don't know. I don't know how to find out either. But whatever happens, I'll be here with you. I won't let anyone take you away again. I promise. You can feel a gentle pull on the fabric of your shirt as Cassie balls her hands into fists, clenching material between her fingers and palms. I love you, Gun. Okay. I love you too, Daw. That's the first time you said that to me. Cassie draws her hands back from behind you and presses her palms against your chest, her face still hidden. You stare her down at her, your heart full. As you gaze down at her, she begins to squirm and fidget, once again clasping the material of your shirt in her hands as she balls them into fists. I love you too. With her pressed against you, it's easy to feel Cassie tense up for just a second before her whole body relaxes. It's so obvious that she's relieved that you can almost feel it too. After another brief stretch of silence, she sits up, looking you in the eyes, hers moist with tears. Gun. Yeah, what do you think? Nothing else is happening here? What the hell? Another one. This one's big. Another one. Oh, maybe it's the same size. Damn it! Before you can react, the new craft, identical to the one that you just tore Cassie from, is upon you. The claws at the end of its leg-like limbs clasping tightly around the Juno's torso. You fight with the controls, causing the armored frame's engines to scream as you push them to their limits, attempting to escape the machine's grip. Hansen! Dalton! Anyone help! Hansen is fucking still busy with the other one. With alarms blaring from the cockpit speakers and warnings filling your screens, it's almost impossible to make out what's happening. You're just about keeping you and Cassie out of the rift in front of you, but even that's straining the Juno's engines to the point where you know they can't take much more. Just go, Gunn! What? Cassie, I can't leave you. It's me they want. I can feel it. The tears of joy that had filled the corners of her eyes now run down her cheeks, having turned to sadness. I hate it when my tears turn to sadness. They're not going to stop until they have me. Take a rescue buoy and eject. Let me go. No, I'm not leaving you. More tears flow down her face as she grasps at your chest. You have to. They won't stop. You can't win. Just let me. I said no. You take a hold of Cassie by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. You know she's right. You can't win, but you're not giving up now. I told you no one was going to take you away from me. If they're taking you, they're taking me too. You grab Cassie with one arm and slam the flight stick forward, sending you speeding towards the sheared space. With a roar, you all plunge into the rift. You don't know why it wants Cassie. You don't know where it's taking her. But you know one thing. She won't be alone. I don't know. Yeah, it's an isekai. Gunn! Come on, wake up, Gunn! Was this all a dream? There's no fucking way. That's it, wake up! You're alive! You're alive! I thought I'd lost you. Cassie? Oh, darling, thank God. Welcome back to the land of the living, Lieutenant. It's a whole carton of smokes you owe me, Cruz. What? What's... Yeah, whatever. Didn't think the Lieutenant was gonna be this tough. Guess you're full of surprises, huh, dog? What's going on? Me and Cruz had a bet on whether you were gonna make it after we popped your cockpit hatch and found you slumped over the controls. He figured he'd used up all your luck. Not me, though, Lieutenant. I knew you wouldn't let something like that take you out. You've been showing us you've got serious guts recently. That's obviously not what he's asking about. As Cassie and the ensign squabble, you try to marshal your thoughts and memories. Everything feels disconnected, jumbled. Simply thinking feels like trying to find something in a dark room filled with no gravity. I remember going out to save you. There was this rip in space or something. I went into it and... You saved me, that's what happened. You sit up and place your face in your hands, massaging your temples with your thumbs and try to get rid of the feeling that your thoughts might fall out at any moment. Hey, I think you mean that I saved you? You're welcome, by the way. I saw you charge headfirst into one of those weird glowing things. I didn't know what was gonna be there. What was gonna be in there, but I knew you wouldn't survive if I left you to it. So like a good crewmate, I went in after you and dragged you and Quinn back out, brought you here. You do the same for me, right? You reached out and grabbed the nearby railing, pulling yourself up to your feet. As you do, the sensation of your head being flooded with thoughts and memories intensifies. You steady yourself, but keeping your focus feels like trying to carry a glass full of water that's been filled to the brim without spilling any. Wasn't this... Take it slow, honey. Don't rush. You sure you're ready to be up and about, Lieutenant? Yeah, I'm fine. You push away from where you were stood, but trip, falling unceremoniously to the catwalk and slamming your forearms and knees under the walkway. Gunn, are you okay? All right, only so much of this that I can watch. Come on, Quinn. I'll grab Dog. Let's get him up to the mess hall. Maybe a coffee will sort him out. Right, thanks.
Hansen comes over to you and brings your arm up over his shoulders, hoisting you up without much delicacy. As you head towards the hangar's exit, Cassie follows close behind you, her hand resting tenderly on the small of your back. Once you're near the stairs, you move away from Hansen and begin to make your way up towards the four-side thoroughfare. Each step becomes easier as you will yourself to walk unsupported. Cassie, what's happening on the ship? With Lord and... Hey, Gunn, less talking, more walking. We'll fill you in later.
Don't worry about that right now, honey.
You look around the four-side thoroughfare and see everything looking shockingly normal. You didn't know what you were expecting to be out of ordinary, but seeing the thoroughfare had always been, as it always had been, same liminal peacefulness soundtracked by gentle hum of the ship's systems made you feel reassured. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard for things to go back to how they were. It takes you longer than usual, but Cassie follows patiently behind you until you reach the mess hall. All right, take a seat, you two. I'll grab you some coffee. You sit down, still woozy, as Hansen orders 2 coffees from the Vendomat. Cassie sits beside you, gently rubbing your back as you try to get your head to stop spinning. There you go. Take it easy, drink up. I'm sure Captain Bartomuse has a lot of questions for you.
Captain Bartomuse?
What about...
Ah, there you are, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Lieutenant Dog?
Ma'am! Yeah, this part could be all... BS. We don't know. We're gonna find out, maybe.
Ma'am! Eddies, you two.
But Captain, what are you doing here? What about the ensigns? What about Lord?
Lord? Ah, yes, Lieutenant Lord's little dalliance with command. Thanks to Chief Cathys, that's been dealt with.
The Chief?
Something I can do to help with you? Help you with, Lieutenant?
Captain Bartomeu said that you dealt with Lieutenant Lord?
I resent being made to sound like an issue on the daily maintenance log, thank you very much.
Why are you not in custody? Lord? You spring to your feet, your head snapping back between the 2 ensigns, trying to see who'd make a move first. What are you...
Honestly, Lieutenant, don't make this so awkward. I'm here to... Come on now, Lieutenant. Let's hear you say it. Apologize. It seems that based on what happened in the Foreside Thoroughfare, your actions out in space, that I was told by the crew I made a mistake. So I thought I'd apologize. Sorry, Captain, Lieutenant Quinn, everyone. Oh, that's okay. I didn't even realize anything was going on. I've been so zonked on painkillers, I've slept through almost everything. What has been going on? Well done, Lieutenant Lord. That was very big of you. So then, I'm sure we can all agree to put this matter behind us. Ah! No! What? What are you talking about? Put this behind us? The sensation of being lost in a shoal of your own thoughts returns, and you can barely grasp the situation. Was that it? After everything that happened, Vanessa apologizes, the captain agrees to move on? Really? No, it can't be. Are you all right, Lieutenant Dog? You're not looking very well. Captain, what is going on? This is also... I think you should calm down, Lieutenant. Whatever happened to you out in space seems to still be having something of an effect. You could probably do with eating something. Now there's an idea. Why don't we all sit down for a meal together as a crew? Chief Cathys, gather everyone up, would you? I'm on it, ma'am. All right, then, who's first? A loud noise, like the combination of a growl and gurgle, fills the room, causing everyone to look towards Cassie. Well, it has been a while since I ate anything. Any chance of a burger? Of course, Commander. Followed up by your favorite pineapple salad? Unless I'm mistaken? Oh, wow, I didn't know you knew. That's perfect, Captain, thanks. You never thought you'd see the captain happily begin to order meals for the crew from the Vendomat, but she does just that, listening to Cassie's instructions on her burger preferences. You slowly slide back into your chair, cautiously eyeing the two ensigns and Vanessa. There's no way she wasn't planning something. This had to all be... Hey, Lieutenant, good to see you. Oh, Dylan, hey. Pretty crazy watching you go toe-to-toe with that thing out there. Fought almost as well as Hansen.
No way. I mean, not bad for an amateur, but the lieutenant's got nothing on me.
Lieutenant Dog! Commander Quinn, you're safe! I was worried about you guys. That thing looked tough. Thanks, Cadet. But you had nothing to worry about. My hero gun was here to save me. There we are, Commander. Thanks, Captain. With the noise of the entire crew's chatter filling the mess hall, you find it hard to think. Your thoughts remain difficult to line up instead flowing like mercury. As you watch Cassie raise the burger to her mouth, a memory does bubble to the surface. Wait, Cassie, you can't... Huh? What do you mean? Your stomach, remember? The doctor said... Okay. There's nothing to worry about, Lieutenant Dog. I don't think that Cassie's food was right either. And also, I don't remember for sure, but these vending machines might not be right. I could be wrong, though. I made a mistake on my diagnosis. The synthetic food was not the issue. Dr. Rosarium, thank you for joining us. I'm... Doctor? You once again bolt out of your seat in shock. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? You were dead! I saw you! We saw you! You can't be here! Ah, I understand. No one else on this ship is a qualified physician, Lieutenant. Therefore, no one was qualified to assess if I was really deceased. Fortunately, the injury was not as severe as it had been assumed. But I... Hey, come on, Lieutenant. You're killing the mood. Doc's fine. Wouldn't be up and walking about if he wasn't, right? Yeah, take it easy, dog. Are you feeling okay, honey? Do you want to go to the sickbay for a lie down?
Yeah, honey. You want to have a little nap?
Be quiet, Ensign Cruz.
I don't ever get to call him honey. It's no fair. I want to call him honey, too.
Your mind is a maelstrom at this point. Everything feels wrong. But it's all happening. It's all right in front of you. How can you argue with that? Come on, honey. Have some fries. You shake your head at the offer, placing your head back in your hands. Cassie starts rubbing your back again, although it quickly begins eating her fries with her spare hand. The crew eventually starts to chatter amongst themselves again, whilst Captain Maris takes the orders and retrieves meals from the vending mat, serving them with a level of cheerfulness that continues to leave you disquieted. There, I believe that's everyone. Before I get started with my meal, Commander, I was hoping you could help me out with one thing. Oh, sure, Captain, what's up? The ship's emergency input codes. Are they generated and adjusted regularly, or is it specifically prior to departure? It's a very normal and not alien thing to ask. Definitely not something that I would expect a simulation. Wake up, gun! Why would she ask that? Come on, Captain, you know that. You're the one that sets them, after all. This is literally a next-gen episode. What? No way. Well, it's a Initially prior to departure, then every 5 days or per enemy encounter. Whichever comes first. Of course. Thank you, Commander. No problem. Since the captain asked, Quinn. Yes, Vanessa?
Oh, God.
At what distance do we typically start transmitting our security clearance prior to announcing we intend to dock at a colony?
Oh, fuck. What are these questions?
Oh, that's specific. I mean, and once we're cleared for approach, is our docking confirmation signature specific to the ship, or does it depend on a combination of factors? Hey, you're just a cadet. I don't think you need to know that. What's the makeup of Europa Garrison Force? Guys, I'd really like to finish my burger now if you don't mind. What's the target time for a Colony Defense Forces mobilization? Well,
you look up to see the whole crew staring at Cassandra, a look of malevolent intent in their eyes.
Does the JOCF implement a series of local data stores, or is it transmitted across a large-scale network? Guys, what frequencies are emergency requested transmitted on?
What are you asking this for?
Guys, how extensive are the JCF's nuclear capabilities?
Leave her alone!
Guys!
Uh-oh. Voice 1. Friggin' beep boop. Are we in a tube? Another failure? Which incompetent calibrated this engram harvester? It's not subtle enough. We've been having difficulty with ensuring the harvesting process is suitably... I don't care what you're having difficulty with. Rewrite the program to be more congruent with the query context and run it again. Understood. We've had enough time to develop this. These failures rates are inexcusable. We've got these gather clones neural pathways mapped out. This should be simple. It's bad enough that Unit 00's jump drive malfunctioned. Are you telling me we can't even get the information out of a gather reliably? Well, she'll keep for the time being. At least we have time to finesse the systems before we start receiving more. What about the other one? The other what? The other sample, the one the hunter captured alongside the gatherer. Oh, him. I'd hope that having him in the simulations with the gatherer might help, since they seem to have some sort of relationship. Unfortunately, since his DNA isn't compatible with Mother AI, we can't run a specific engram harvester. Shouldn't we be able to run a linear review in real time? If you want to waste your time, be my guest. Hopefully going through recent events again from his perspective could uncover some more information. You're certainly welcome to try. If you do find anything pertinent, notify me immediately. Understood. Oh, one more thing. Do we have the output of the engram harvest we carried out in the additional subject? Confirmed. It's been archived. Under which digital lobe? It's under the default mode network. Node? 910017203. To reclaim what is the right of the people in their name and honor, we do what we must. All glory goes to other AOTHER mother AI probably. Yeah, that because that's A, so this must be an M. Excellent. Send me that reference. It might be useful for review later. Now run this one again. Once you've started our engram harvest, you can do the same with the others. Understood. Uh-oh. Planetary Calendar 214. Europa Colony 1. Jovian Colony Fleet Second Military Court. Now that we're all here, we can begin. Now that we're all here, we can begin. As was decided yesterday, this is to be the final day of the inquiry of the events that happened on board the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. Our findings today will dictate the JCS future actions around the matter as well as what it is to be done with the ship's crew. Guards, please bring Miss Maris Bartamuse to the stand. Welcome back, Miss Bartamuse.
It's my pleasure, Admiral.
Commodore. Pentuin.
Now, Miss Bartamuse, we've gone over everything that happened on board the Gundog following its departure from its colony on April 19th up to the 24th. The last task of this inquiry is to find out what happened following Miss Lord's adjustment to the command structure up until you return to Europa 1. I trust we'll have your full cooperation in this matter. Hasn't that already been demonstrated?
Yes or no. A yes or a no, Miss Bartamuse?
Yes, Commodore.
Thank you.
So we understand that the main effort to counter Miss Lord's mutiny was made by Chief Engineer Cathys and Lieutenant Dog. Is that right? Pentuin, is that right?
Fuck it, sorry.
That's the long and short of it.
She can't... Chief is so big, she can't even fit behind the fucking podium.
You said that the two of you had found enough information to prove that none of the accused had anything to do with any treasonous actions. What happened after that? Well, we finally got as much figured out as we could. We were going to take it to the rest of the crew, get them on our side, and go confront Lord. Before we could go anywhere, though, we heard gunshots. Lieutenant Dog went running off to see what was happening. I couldn't get close because of the bullets flying everywhere. Things calmed down for a second, and I saw the lieutenant and the ensigns running into the hangar after whoever had been shooting things up.
From your position, could you tell why this attacker wasn't apprehended by security? It's like I told you already. Quinn's weird twin was packing some serious firepower. Rumney and I were pinned down. We could barely get a shot in. And I know I got some shots in. My aim's good. Whatever your body armor she was wearing, it's like she didn't even notice. I see.
So, after this lieutenant and the unidentified attacker, who you stated was carrying an unconscious Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they made their way to the hangar, whereupon they both launched into separate crafts?
Yeah, that's right.
Why were they allowed to launch? It wasn't my fault. I did everything I could to stop them from launching, but none of my controls were responding. They must have hacked the system to override my authority or something. It's the only explanation. I bet they did it ahead of time. There was no way I could have known.
Even if you had lost control of the systems, we were under the impression that the hostile craft had been secured. Was this, or was this not the case? The thing is that, Cadet Grange, can you answer the question? Why hadn't the craft been secured?
That craft had been secured. Until it managed to break out, I'd have bet my life that nothing would get through Cadet Grange's compound. That stuff was almost impenetrable. I'd be surprised if the team working on the Gundog right now has got anywhere near removing the cargo crates that were stuck in it. If that stuff didn't stop it, there was nothing else in the ship that could have. So the enemy craft was able to escape the restraining compound and leave the ship after the hangar controls were overridden. Considering this is a bunch of different people. I'll just do the all Southern for these other ones except for Pentuin. Considering that Lieutenant Dog was at the time supposed to be confined on suspicion of treason, how were they allowed to board a Juno? Hey, we didn't know the lieutenant had gone anywhere until he came running down the hall in the middle of a firefight. He made a jump for it before we could stop him. Crews tried to grab him, but the lieutenant was gone before he got anywhere near. Surprised the lieutenant didn't just get sucked out into space pulling a crazy stunt like that.
And what happened after the lieutenant made his way into space?
Yeah, I mean, I was able to track him in that weird thing after they launched, but they were moving so fast and so close together I couldn't get a good lock on either of them. Lord was ordering me to take them both out, but before I could line anything up, Cruz was out there and the Gundog won. Do you know who gave Cruz permission to launch?
Hey, no one gave me permission to launch. But you think I'm just gonna hang around and watch an amateur like Lieutenant Dog get torn to pieces because he can't pilot worth a damn? No way, Dog. Dog showed some guts, and I wasn't gonna let him die after he finally grew a spine. I went out there to give the lieutenant a little bit of help.
So the two of you were able to defeat the enemy craft together? Of course Cruz was able to take it out. What do you think we dragged back into our hangar for you guys? Might be in a few pieces, but those tech nerds love a challenge, right?
But the lieutenant didn't return with you. Why not?
Because he disappeared, that's why not. He sold out his friend and used them to cover his escape. The lieutenant and Quinn are probably off plotting against us right now. We're not here for speculation.
We're not here for speculation, Miss Lord. We're here for facts. You're confident that they disappeared?
They didn't disappear. Our records show that shortly after retrieving Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they were preparing to return to the Gundog when another enemy craft appeared. Gundog 1 was simply busy with the original craft and damaged Juno. And with a damaged Juno, the lieutenant was in no position to fight back.
Then what happened? Where'd they go?
Well, I can't say for sure, but it was like they were dragged off somewhere. Dragged off? That's what it looked like. But I think it may have actually been a boson jump.
A what?
A boson jump, Commodore. If you think about how our HFDD works by warping the space around the ship to allow it to move significant distances, then a boson jump does something similar, but it connects two unique points in space, letting a craft move directly from one point to another. All theoretical, of course. This energy required alone would be...
All right. Thank you, Chief Engineer Kathis. But if you were able to detect indications of a space warp, even if it was non-standard, why did the Gundog not head out in pursuit?
Well, see, that's where the power went out again. It was like what happened on the 23rd, the Gundog and the O'Brien. If we'd been any closer, the electromagnetic pulse would have overloaded our key systems and we'd have all been fried.
So the ship was immobilized. What did you do then? Guess I was lucky. Holding onto that trash machine must have shielded me or something. Once the lieutenant disappeared into that freaky light show, I dragged the wreckage back to the Gundog. We got the power back online and slunk back here, tail between our legs.
Who ordered the return to Europa 1, Miss Lord? Miss Lord, or rather? No, that was my idea. How were you able to regain command from Miss Lord? Chief Engineer Kathis took the opportunity to free me from my quarters whilst ensigns were distracted. I helped to reactivate the engines, and then after that I met with the crew and informed that the original command structure was back in effect. After that, I had a polite discussion with Miss Lord, where I informed her that I was resuming control of the ship. And was she receptive to this? Well, aside from her usual use of physical force, it was an abuse of power, plain and simple. I wasn't given the opportunity to state my case. There was no hearing. I was immediately confined to quarters. As soon as this inquiry is over, I want to open a grievance against Mary Spartamuse. Thank you, Miss Lord. But at the moment, we just want to know if you're aware of what happened after you were confined. I'm sure you must all have the information you need from the ship's logs, Commodore. For the benefit of the inquiry, Miss Spartamuse. From that point on, the Gundog's journey back to Europa 1 was uneventful and everything occurred as expected. We returned to the colony immediately notified the command of craft in our hangar. I submitted my report on the events that had taken place since our departure. And here we are.
Thank you, Miss Bartamuse. The inquiry will be adjourning whilst we go over our findings. You'll be notified as soon as we come to an agreement on our verdict. Guards, please escort Miss Bartamuse back to the holding cells.
With the exception of some spurious accusations from Miss Lord, it seems that the crew are all giving relatively consistent testimonies. What do you think, Admiral?
Losing someone like Cassandra Quinn is a catastrophe. She was only a lieutenant commander, but she worked on a multitude of different ships, bases, and installations.
In terms of her institutional process knowledge, she was interrogated. There'd be no saying how much the enemy would be able to learn from her. They might already have done that. We might be getting reports. We've been getting reports on various frontier outposts. Reports of attacks on various frontier outposts with similar patterns what happened to the Gundog. Loss of power, sudden illness amongst the command structure, attackers appearing out of nowhere. The list of officers we've lost is already too long. Female officers. Captain? It's just something I noticed, Admiral. All the officers missing are women. How is this the first time anybody noticed that? Whatever's going on, we can't let it continue. The inquiry into the events aboard the JFS Gundog will now reconvene. Guards, please bring in Miss Bartemews. Welcome back, Miss Bartemews. It's once again a pleasure, Admiral. We'll be brief. I hope so. After reviewing the testimonies of you and the crew that served under you, as well as the ship's logs and recordings, we have come to our conclusion regarding your futures within the JCF. Mayor Bartemews. We appreciate the unusual circumstances, but it must be acknowledged that you lost control of your vessel. Because of this, we will not be reinstating your rank as captain. I see. But, due to your experience with the issues that the Gundog and her crew faced, you will be acting as a special advisor on newly formed task force on board its lead ship, the Sylvestris. This rapid response unit will be responsible for handling an increase in similar events to those that impacted JFS Gundog and JFS O'Brien. A stipulation of this position is that you'll be partaking in mandatory psychotherapy with the ship's medical staff for the duration of your role. Understood, Admiral. Thank you. With regards to Hanson Cruz, for participating in a mutiny, you should be dishonorably discharged and facing a minimum of 10 years. However, due to your performance in the combat and experience with these new enemy machines, you'll be serving as a pilot in the new task force. This role is non-negotiable. In addition, you'll be kept under supervision, and your time as part of the task force is in lieu of time served. This will also be the case for Haru Rumney. You won't see me complaining. As for Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathis, you're transferred to the JFS Sylvestris where you will act as Chief Engineer. You go, Chief. The Sylvestris will serve as the flagship of the new task force. Because of this, we're removing Cadet Dalton Grange from your instruction. But instead, Cadet Grange will be transferred to a JCF R&D department where you'll receive appropriate support to develop your new compound into a viable weapon. Oh! Thank you, ma'am. That's great. Moving on to Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. Dylan Dees nuts. Got him. We reviewed your request and have decided that it is in the JCF's best interest to give you an honorable discharge from the fleet. Good call, ma'am. Well, I couldn't have known this was a woman. It's too late now. I mean, the person before said ma'am, but your stipend is and freedom are, of course, dependent on you ensuring that you do not disclose any information about what happened. Consider the matter highly classified. Don't worry about that, ma'am. Not planning on thinking about this anytime soon. As for Miss Loward, typically a mutiny against your commanding officer would result in your execution. But I didn't. All the evidence is. Quiet, please, Miss Loward. However, we do understand that due to the rapid development and confusing nature of events, it did appear that the crew of the ship could have been involved in a conspiracy. Had that been confirmed as the case, you would have followed the appropriate protocol by removing Captain Bartemews from command. Given this, the inquiry is decided to be lenient. You'll instead be placed under house arrest pending further investigation. And then you'll be put to death. Understood. Yeah, she should just be put to death. What a bitch. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I almost forgot. Dr. C. for Rosarium. Due to his death in the line of duty, he'll be given a posthumous 2-rank promotion. As we have been unable to contact any next of kin, the doctor will receive a public service before his ashes are spread in the Europa Military Memorial Gardens. This judgment hereby concludes the inquiry of the events that happened on board the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. All decisions are effective immediately. You are. One question before I leave, ma'am. Oh, Bartimeus, go ahead. What's the plan regarding Lieutenant Dog and Lieutenant Commander Quinn?
I can assure you, Captain, finding those two is a top priority for us.
I see. Thank you, Captain. As I was saying.
Okay. Is that... You are dismissed. Is that it? We did it. Oh. Oh. Oh my God, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the game really ends up being like a 3 out of 5 for me. Like, it's okay. There's some parts that are great. For me anyway, like the action parts are really cool. Like the first combat scene with our main character riding along in the mech with like the first opening scene is good. It's like kind of gets all this kind of emotional and like PTSD kind of stuff across and like this kind of horrible situation that happened. That part's really great. I think the next really good part in the game, which is like hours later, is like the combat part where you go to investigate the O'Brien, and then it's like the alien ship attacks, and you and Hansen like he's pushing the mech to its limits. That part is all written super well. And then like at the very end, then again, like the part where it's like high action, all the action parts are written really well, and they move along quickly and are very fun to read. Like I was finding myself just like getting into it and like reading faster because like I just want to read what's next because it's exciting what's going on. But like there's a lot of dialogue to me that feels like, especially the internal dialogue, that feels like unnecessary, repetitive, and or like just not particularly great. So like a lot of that really kind of pulls it down for me because I would say that like the game probably could be like half as long and it would be twice as good. The 40 minutes whodunit scene with the chief was brutally paced. Yeah, I did not like that scene with the chief. That was I hope we did some stretching before jumping to those conclusions. You know what I mean? Like, wow, that was a lot. So yeah, I mean, like, the art is awesome, and especially like, dang, there's a lot of work put into like that final scene with like the combat. Like anytime like there's like animations happening as well, beautifully done, amazing art. The music is good, I think. Like there's some like great stuff, and then the rest is fine. I think it's just solid, not one that I would like listen to outside of the game, I don't think, but not bad. Yeah, so are there multiple endings? I don't know. Probably. Help Dalton try to sit in the captain's chair. Give Cassandra a chocolate bar at every opportunity. Oh, I had one left. Yeah, I don't know. So we probably could have maybe not teamed up with the captain or something. So yeah, so I still think in the end this feels like a 3 out of 5 to me. I think there's like a handful of 5 out of 5 moments and quite a bit of like 2 out of 5 moments for me. And then like, so yeah, it just really kind of feels like okay.